Hello everyone and welcome back to Launchpad. We're here at the last Launchpad maybe ever. We don't know if there's going to be another season, so this could be the last Launchpad ever, Zyoshi.
Wow, I didn't know that. But we're getting into match right now. Koyo versus LP Thieves. Guys, stand back. Who remembers LP Thieves? Press 1 in the chat. These guys played NASA Season 2, and it's been a very long time since I think we've seen LP Thieves. Here they are, Launchpad 3, pulling up with Marissa instead of FindMucked, and pulling up with a super standard comp. It looks like you got the X, you got the Dubu, you got the Aimi. It just every time I see players that played at launch, around that time come back, it feels like I'm just teleported straight back to that period of time. Like, this is such a comp of that era, and it's still good now. Like, it's not looking bad now, but it's very nostalgic,
Yeah, it really is, and knowers remember what LP Thieves did to Quest Esports in that one Liftoff Season 2, I believe, way long ago. And we'll see if they can do it again. Like you mentioned, different base. Marissa here in the midfield role, already performing quite well on the Aimi. And the follow-ups are looking quite solid here. Julok on the Juno, a pick that is evaluated quite well in the current meta, I think. But I think Marissa, this might be the first patch where Aimi is reasonable, but reasonable is still good,
Yeah, reasonable for Aimi is still like, nice, we're looking great. And here we have, I believe, Zyre name up on the Juliet pick that this guy's known for on this primetime start, which means we could be seeing a lot of damage stack up like it is on Death Gun right now. A lot of abilities to be coming out. Gonna have to watch out for that. But with the barrier open, Death Gun is down, but LP Thieves still have an opportunity to get something done here, especially with Marissa on this Aimi. A lot of playmaking potential here, but Death Gun almost back up. They have a chance as long as he can get into position now, but Marissa's just keeping it up right now.
Yeah, Winter Freezer having comparatively easy time on defense, right? Oh, wow, he's barely getting that strike. Last possible moment, but now Death Gun in a commanding position. Dribble to the bottom corner and then to the top corner. Once again, the LP Thieves. It's like they never left.
It's like they never left, and they're back. And they're back. A beautiful dribble off the bumper there. And not one of those dribbles where the casters are like, great dribble, nice work. And it was very obviously like the biggest CAS you've ever seen. It was just a good dribble.
Yeah, but right here, it's a little awkward for Death Gun, but a KO early onto Zyre is making things a lot easier. Flip by Winter Freezer, pass the Death Gun, the teamwork coming through for the LP Thieves. And wow, the Bellringer dribble as well. Death Gun's getting rebound after rebound and still surviving.
Yeah, definitely known for this X pick. Is not here anymore. It is gone. But putting it on a performance again, it's like they never left. Just, it's time to come back after over a year of not playing or not being in the tournament scene super actively. Just show up in X all over the place. X-Lore, as they say, getting in there, just tearing it up. Beautiful style. But Zyre, kind of a similar story, hasn't played for a little bit. They won Nasty Season 1. And now is here to get active, get these barriers, and get the goal right then and there.
Yeah, very well played there. A bit of miscommunication between Marissa and Winter Freezer, a missed strike, and not being in position to get the barrier there. So if they can just get a little bit more warmed up, I think the LP Thieves can avoid goals like that one. Because on the other side, right, it was Death Gun outplaying, but on this particular goal, it felt like LP Thieves were the ones misplaying. So honestly, that's a good sign for them. They can get it warmed up, but Marissa, dangerous flip. Oh, Julok in the corner. Zyre with the dribbles. A bounce off the center, almost enough to get past Winter Freezer. Brilliantly played by Koyo, but still saved by Winter Freezer despite a roll past the entire offense. The dash forward, but Marissa's there to cover. And the flip goes wide. The firewall sentry helps defend, and the LP Thieves, they're staying alive just barely. Winter Freezer gets strike back in time. A pass backwards to Winter Freezer from Marissa. The level of trust here, the Flame Flurry finally, but the flip's available now, and the LP Thieves, they're somehow living, but finally Zyre will slot it into the bottom corner. What a ridiculous point.
LP Thieves hanging on by the thinnest of threads that entire time. It, like, the dam could be broken by any moment, but impressive hold throughout that whole time. Unbelievable stuff. But now we're looking at opportunity for Koyo to take this first set right here. No energy from Marissa or Winter Freezer, and it's a scary place if your entire backline is completely energyless. On the other hand, Death Gun with a flip is kind of staring down death right now. Has to burn it just to stay alive, not get smoked by the Mako cage, but Julak will be taking him down right there. Another barrier up for LP Thieves. They still have not... Sorry. And so they're going to be looking to get the ball up while Death Gun comes back, get that first barrier. Going to be really nice. But things are looking rough for LP Thieves. They really have to make a big play this point if they want to stay alive this set.
Yeah, and Zyra's getting the dribbles in, getting a dash punch, not quite the angle they were looking for here, but still some good offensive pressure. Death Gun, though, stealing the core away from Julak, and now Zyra in position. The roll will stop it for the moment, and now Death Gun has possession here, but the barrier saved by Bees, and once again the core bouncing around the bottom corner. Zyra with the core speed directed up by Marissa, who clears it around the world, and now Death Gun looking for a dribble, but once again made difficult, and Zyra on the interception gets past Marissa with a dash punch and secures a set win for Koyo.
Yeah, that was great. I believe Slime bounced it off the barrier, and then Zyra just went for a very, very similar angle, which, you know, had every shot in the world right there. And Winter Freezer went down, or went up to cover the open net up, but just doubling down on that bottom corner was really smart, able to get the goal and pick up heavy impact. That's going to be a lot more damage, knockback coming out from this Juliet. Pretty scary. But on the other hand, Super Surge Imi has hit the field, and that almost always changes the game. So much more damage, so much more range. You know, we could be seeing some dash glitch bop KOs coming out from downtown, or just more coverage on the map. Going to be really useful. Definitely the biggest pickup for LP Thieves. Oh. Meanwhile, oh no, Marissa down, and Beelzebub picked up Chrono Boost, which is not what you want to see if you're LP Thieves. Now these two characters without haste abilities are just going to be so much faster. They're going to be moving around so frequently at such great paces. And that's going to be tough to deal with, especially for characters like X and Imi out there in the forward position.
Yeah, but a bit of a misstrike from Beelzebub. Still a KO on the Death Gun, though. The damage output is quite ridiculous at the moment. You got to be careful in the open net, but other than that, the heavy impact, like you mentioned, the Deadeye on the Juno. The dash punch coming in, deflected away by Winter Freezer. Crazy bounce to the bottom corner, almost scores the goal if that was a little bit different. And now Marissa's on Death's door, looking a little bit dangerous here for the LP Thieves. A well-placed strike by Zyra finds the barrier. Julak, Death Gun in position, but a strike shot will secure it away. The Ensnared Drums disappearing now, and Death Gun still has the X Maximus. The Cyber Swipe in to try and find some hit stun, but not quite enough. Death Gun, glitch pop forward, forcing out the core flip from Beelzebub as Marissa gets it to Death Gun one more time, but the Empowered Strike has enough reach, and the Flame Flurry is getting a little dangerous here. The glitch pop's getting dangerous, almost an own goal. Marissa missed strikes, but all good. The defense is there from Winter Freezer, the Tofu Fortress, and Death Gun. What an interception, catches Julak, trying to advance the core forward a little too quickly.
Yeah, the Tofu Fortress in overtime, rocketing that straight to a position where Death Gun could capitalize. And yeah, just taking his opportunity right then and there, getting that first point. Looking good. It's... Death Gun is just, he's playing X into Mako. And I feel like this matchup is always either X runs over Mako, always has like an ability to stop the secondary and can just ult through all the multi-hits. Or the X is getting absolutely dumpstered and is just playing the stay alive game as Mako just keeps chipping him down. And we're seeing the second one way more. It's looking really tough for Death Gun to get active, but every time he's there, he's out in the open net or getting the barriers, it's looking pretty good. I think he just has to work on staying alive long enough to get these barriers, and then every opportunity is looking like a pretty good one for him.
Zyra maintaining possession, though, looking a little scary in the bottom corner. A solo score against 3, basically. That's the barrier going down. Death Gun now trying to do the same on the other side, but Julak with a flip from the midfield. The Slime is what catches it. Very, very delayed core flip catches everyone off guard. Well played by Julak, Showtime, Cinema, all of that to even up the set.
Yeah, crazy. The jump comes out, flip mid-jump, and then the Slime chases it down to capitalize. That was really cool. gonna get it from downtown. Super unexpected goal. I don't think I've ever seen that, and if I have, it's not super frequent. Definitely something worth considering as a play. That seemed very useful. In the meantime, though, big flip coming out from Winter Freezer, unfortunately blocked by Julak, and Deathgun is just he's playing X. He's doing his best, but unfortunately, this is just again tough matchup. Everyone wants him, and
yeah, every single ability is connecting with his body right now. Like you mentioned earlier, I think the reason why we don't see that play from Julak is that we see variations of it, right? Especially from players like Jay, we see very intentional variations. I'm not sure if what Julak did was intentional. It took a while for the slime to reach the core, but eventually when it did, it was a really, really unexpected flip for everyone involved. Very nice goal there, but they're going to need to take a Death Gun down one more time if they're going to continue the power plays in this point. Death Gun looking low, but not dead quite yet, and the core bouncing quite favorably for the LP Thieves so far. They're keeping it away from Zaire, and that game of keep away is so important when that Flame Flurry is coming out, when so much energy is available from Zaire, but the barrier still stands here. Julak still managing to get the core speed accelerating so much in overtime with the Deadeye Juno, and the barrier still standing on both sides. A dangerous clear by Beelzebub, barely getting the barrier, and Marissa and Death Gun, they just can't find a clear passing lane.
No, definitely not. And that's just something about Night Market is the walls in the middle make it hard to pass. Just in general, obviously any closed map will, and you can pass through the middle, you can find all these opportunities, but it's so easy to cover them. You have to have those setups to really make it work.
Oh, Julak and Beelzebub, a bit of miscommunication, forces out the flip from Beelzebub a little bit early. Julak saves the own goal, perhaps a good flip coming out from Winter Freezer, and Marissa just dribbling backwards. The dribbles are so dangerous here. It feels like an own goal could happen at any second from either team. Beelzebub rocketing the core forward, so much core speed available, and Marissa now trying to find some coverage. Death Gun with the flip, and that will seal off a very, very hard-fought point here and give the LP Thieves the lead they need in the set.
Yeah, absolutely. Great shot from Death Gun downtown, getting it right up there. But again, looking at the energy economy, no one has it. Marissa's the closest to a flip with 2 bars, and that's looking really good for LP Thieves. I think that's their midfielder is getting well.
Okay, well it's
the
not.
Midfielder is close to a flip.
Yeah,
everyone else isn't.
Zaire is still being a menace, energy or not. Death Gun without a flip is so dangerous. But wait a second, Death Gun punishes the misclears coming out, wins the strike wars, and now Marissa has to defend here. But if they can, they've made such a comeback. But the log locks up Winter Freezer in animation. Not enough time to recover from that, and now we're at a 0.5.
Yeah, I hate to see that, but bringing us to 8.5. Koyo wanting to run away with this game really quickly. An evade coming out from Marissa on the kickoff there. Oh no, to KO! That means that flip that was getting charged up, not going to be in play anymore. Winter Freezer close to 1. Beelzebub has 1. Julak close. And now the energy economy is completely shifted in favor of Koyo. Zaire just going crazy stupid on the barriers. Now has an opportunity. Beelzebub walking up, getting shut down by the wall, almost KO'd. Not quite any of that. Death Gun looking a little low, but here, this is looking like a Koyo point if I've ever seen one.
If they can convert, they can get the core forward. Good evade coming out from Zaire to knock it critically low here. Flip available now. Coverage there from Zaire, but not quite enough to find the goal. The firewall sentry helping defend as well. And Marissa on a breakaway on the top side, trying to find the glitch pop, but can't quite get on the right side of it here. Marissa now dribbling, but it goes to Zaire. Dangerous spot here, but Winter Freezer's there in time. Marissa cyber swiping, but the positioning's all over the place from LP Thieves. They need to find a miracle play here, but it's looking so dangerous with the slime core speed that sends it backwards this time. Marissa maybe finds the final strike on that one. Death Gun on the rebound. The barrier taken. The LP Thieves with a chance, and Marissa a fantastic cyber swipe to make it so difficult, and the game is tied up now.
Yeah, beautiful play. The dribble into cyber swipe straight onto the goalie, slot it into the corner, and now Winter Freezer blessed with any awakening of his choice. I'm looking at like glass cannon, stacks, get a little bit of that speed, maybe siege machine if we're getting crazy. But no, the stacks, just put the speed in the bag. Dude looking to get a little quick here. And honestly, I'm looking at this draft for Juliet. Glass Cannon is probably the best thing you can pick up. Not a whole lot there. But into Aimee or just into Dubu on offense, I don't know how long it will be staying up. Definitely not a super favorable draft. Honestly, the best thing Koyo was able to pick up was Twin Drive. The Spark of Focus could be big on Julak later, but I don't think he's going to be super relevant. Meanwhile, Marissa picked up Timeless Creator, Death Gun got Cast Last, and again, Winter Freezer with stacks. All pretty solid awakenings, especially that Timeless. Going to be really nice to work with. Of course, no barriers right now, but just you wait. You know, oh no. The draft's still looking great for LP Thieves, but Koyo definitely coming back with a vengeance this point.
Yeah, they're coming back with a vengeance, but it's still not a point that has ended quite yet. Winter Freezer still managing to defend the respawn coming in, but Zyre now flip available, but wasted after a bull rush from Death Gun. Really dangerous spot here. The Firewall Sentry expended as well, but Death Gun sending the core forwards as usual, and somehow the LP Thieves survived the point so far, but with a Tofu Fortress, maybe a little bit more. Death Gun intercepts the flip. So much energy being used. Death Gun goes down, but the energy economy is in shambles for Koyo.
Yeah, absolutely no flips in this crew. Absolutely flipless gang. Meanwhile, Marissa and Winter Freezer coming up on one, but unfortunately, a single lost strike war to a slime in overtime is going to be putting it in. That thing went. We could come up with a new term for how fast that one went. That was crazy, just right in there. Pretty unfortunate situation. But now, new point, new opportunity. LP Thieves are just struggling to hold these barriers early. And Koyo is just able to blitz them, take them really quickly. And that's going to make for a pretty quick point.
Yeah, I think a lot of it does have to do with a little bit of panic on the ability usage and the positioning. Marissa and Winter Freezer, Marissa, of course, being a new piece of this roster, I don't think they're synergizing too well on the defense. They're making a lot of good individual plays, but they're not really trusting each other, I feel like, in a lot of situations where they need to trust each other to get a defense without using resources. But speaking of the offense, it's all Death Gun. Death Gun solo taking 2 barriers, and if that can happen, the LP Thieves can still win the game.
Yeah, really. That seems to be the way that they're functioning is Winter Freezer and Marissa work on the defense, and then Death Gun just goes crazy on the offense, getting it done. And that's exactly what he's been doing. I feel like he's been out there making solo plays all game. And of course, sponging a lot of damage as a result, trying to weather the whole storm. But it's been effective. They were able to pick up a set off that. And they might be able to bring back this one if they're able to get it out here. The net for Koyo is open. They're able to take it. The flip burned by Julak. They have to get through Beelzebub's flip, but if they can do that or get around the Mako, they have a great chance here.
Yeah, very, very good chance. Marissa in, but a little bit too deep with the Cyber Swipe. Beelzebub, no meter available. Big opportunity. Death Gun goes down to Deadeye Juno. Deadeye not required. Marissa now almost an own goal, but Winter Freezer's there to cover the glitch bot. Makes it scary. The insta-flip attempted by Zyre, getting a little bit too ambitious, but a perfect roll by Winter Freezer. Once again, saves the day, and now Death Gun a perfect pass by Marissa off the center. Trying to pass it up once again. Death Gun so much core speed. Marissa trying to catch up to the core here, but now Zyre on the breakaway once again. The Juno Slimes intercepting so well in the midfield, and Marissa misses a strike. Zyre with the Flame Flurry 3-0, and Koyo one set away from advancing here.
Yeah, Koyo, a pretty clean 3-0 set, looking to get away from it. Oh, here, big draft for Julak. He can either get a second Spark or 1-2 punch, one of the best, you know. Okay, and actually drafting genius, and I take it all back. My silence speaks volumes to my ignorant. Oh.
Okay. So.
And Marissa's denied the 1-2 punch, and a lot's going on.
A lot.
Much to think about.
A lot is going on. I think the Spark take is pretty important to make sure the X doesn't get to scale in any manner here. And of course, with the Spark already on Julak, the Spark of Focus, that is a lot of cooldowns available. Of course, the 1-2 punch is nice, but this is a Deadeye Juno that's red coring, and we're getting to overtime very reliably anyway, so it's definitely justifiable to drop that down to try and get it all the way down to Zyre, because if it did, it would have been really devastating. And well, Marissa's going to be happy with that, but Death Gun's going to be not the most useful.
Yeah, definitely. Reverb's going to be pretty nice to stay alive, try and weather the storm. I mean, look at him go. An inspiration. He's still at above half health. And yeah, the 1-2 punch pickup. Definitely a deny, but obviously wonderful for Aimee. Going to be putting out a lot of damage. Get that extra core speed. But I feel like Marissa hasn't really been playing for the damage potential. Could be wrong. That's Zyre at at very low health. Here, definitely an opportunity to take someone out, but it feels like you have to be much more intentional on Aimee to try and get these KOs. And I would love to see that with the 1-2 punch. Get out there, get the KOs. Because again, LP Thieves or Koyo has been able to get points off of these power plays, KOing Death Gun. So we saw Zyre's recovery drone burned. Could be the start of something great. But now they have to survive through this power play.
Yeah, and the Juno Slimes, once again, Juok is doing so much work. The Firewall Sentry might be the ticket for Marissa, but no, the bounces go all the way around it. Not even an offensive try there, it feels like. They're finally putting damage down onto Zyre, but the question is, will it be enough here? If that's going to have the Stinger, maybe, but the Stinger was passed up earlier in favor of the cast to last, which has not been doing them too many favors, I think. And now, so much core speed, the barrier taken. Winter Freezer in a lot of trouble. These Juno Slimes, once again, and Juok with the back dribble to make sure Marissa can't get the flip. It's like Koyo's in their head. Koyo has the game plan. But Death Gun is always the X factor. The barrier taken now. And the core speed all the way forward. Defended well by Beelzebub for the moment. The rebounds off the Tofu Fortress. The Strike War wins. Death Gun to the top corner. And it happens again. Death Gun creates magic yet again.
Yeah, like you said, the X factor, it just cannot be contained. This guy keeps finding these insane barrier, insane goal. Like, what can't he do?
Oh, well Zyre can do one better here with the team play and also finding the double barrier. Winter Freezer a little bit outplayed in that moment. Zyre looking confident once again, and the cooldowns will be back very soon. If Juok can just get the core up a little bit to flip forward, and that's a very, very clean goal coming out from Koyo here. Very, very, very fast. And that can be said about a lot of their composition, right? The core speed from the Juno, the speed from the Mako, everything happens so quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Playing with this Juliet, and to an extent Juno, is a very, very blitz comp. You get your CDs, your dash punches incoming. That's your big chance to get a lot done. And Koyo spawns in, they run up, rush the pitch, get their dash punch, get a big flip, and usually get both barriers pretty quickly. And it's kind of been the story of the game. Winter Freezer has been doing a great job holding through the open net or holding these 1 barriers, but it's just been a lot of tough situations to hold through this entire time.
Yeah, good back pass from Marissa, though, to set up a good defense, but the Slimes are continuing to be an issue. It looks like Marissa's lagging a little bit. Maybe an explanation for some of the wonky defenses here. Almost an own barrier there as well. It's getting a little scary for the LP Thieves. The terrain is their enemy at the moment. Death Gun with not a lot of meter as well. Could be chipped down here. Marissa working on a flip with the core speed. Once again, ridiculous. Winter Freezer not able to catch up to it in time, and Zyre with the dash punch follow-up will bring them 1 point away.
Yeah, just another great dash punch out of Zyre. Again, just dash punches up. It's time to get to work. That's the opportunity they have, and there's a good dribble into the dash punch. Like, we're just seeing Zyre with all these Juliet fundamentals that are really coming out, looking strong, and it's looking like they're trying to take this last goal right away. Zyre just on top of Winter Freezer. Has a flip too, very scary. That being said, Koyo's net is wide open. Death Gun creating a little bit more magic, getting it done. LP Thieves aren't out of it yet.
Not out of it yet. An awkward core spot. The core completely stopped in the corner. The KO found onto the Juliet here. Big opportunity for the LP Thieves to steal away a set, maybe the entire game, as Death Gun punches it through. But importantly, a lot of meter conserved on the side of Koyo. It could be a lot worse, and the energy economy is pretty even.
Yeah. Also, I was just talking about Juliet fundamentals. Let's get to the X fundamentals. We're really brawling it out today. I really appreciated Death Gun's patience on his ult there. He struck once on Beelzebub trying to get it through, but then held his strike, waited for the core, didn't just do the mindless. I have ult up. I'm just gonna start hitting the Mako. You know, that's what I do. He waited for the core and then struck right at a time to get it through. And if he had, continuously been striking, it wouldn't have been up to get that goal.
That's a little flip available. Watch out! Oh, but Beelzebub with the primary snipes it out from right under the X. That's an important save. That could decide the entire game because that's a flipless X now. And that's Zyra advancing on the offense, but a great strike war by Marissa earlier does save the day once again, and Deathgun trying to maintain possession, but it's so difficult as the core gets sent around the world. Julok accelerating, a roll forward. That's a barrier going down. Koyo, they're looking to close out this game and advance in winner's side, but it's looking so dangerous for the LP Thieves. They need to get it forward, but the Juno has the core speed, has all of the speed in the world. Marissa can't quite find it, is lacking out of the map here. And Marissa's basically disconnected, but it's fine because Deathgun still has possession. No, the Juno steals it away, and Winter Freezer now. Tofu Fortress, but it's not quite enough. Marissa trying to cyber swipe downwards. Deathgun, and Marissa is gone. Deathgun, though, threads the needle, and somehow it is the LP Thieves back in the game. The Juno Slimes, though, so dangerous, but they're defending, forcing out the flip, and Marissa's back.
Insane. Able to hold through that entire power play.
Okay.
Great plays, but another dash punch from Zyra is going to be putting it in. That's, I think, 3 that entire set. Just getting the ball right through Winter Freezer, and that's going to be Koyo taking the first game here.
LP Thieves almost had him. They almost had him, but the lag was a little bit too strong. Marissa was out of the play for the entire last point pretty much, and it will be Koyo avoiding getting their wallet stolen here.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Hate to lose to lag, but it is what it is. There's always losers bracket, etc. And looking at the stats, this game just did not look super playable for Deathgun. 14 KOs coming out from Koyo. Most of them onto the big guy himself, and I don't know, it looked super difficult to just get anything done. Again, as we talked about, when he was on the field and when he was in position, that guy was getting things done. But very well played to Koyo, as they will be moving on.
Yeah, well played, and we'll see if they can make a deeper run here. They're running face first into the handless dog, so that'll be an interesting matchup to keep your eyes on. But for now, we're going to go on a bit of a break, try to catch a different winners round 3 matchup, and we'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, we're back and we got Tokyo Blade versus Frostbite here. This should be an interesting matchup. It's Potat, Mirameg, Kachikoma versus Equal Equations. Peanut Jordan names are hard. Not quite sure how this one's going to pan out, but it's a very interesting one as Kachikoma's in the brawler position and Mirameg has moved to the midfield.
Yeah, two shards of Oceano core flip coming in here with Potat, making an entirely new team, as different as it can be, but shown up again to fight what I believe is most of I think it's Fuel Esports. I really don't want to be wrong there because then I'd be a fake Fuel head and that would be awful, but Equal Equations, I know he's on there. That's as far as I get. But Peanut Enjoyer and Names Are Hard all in CCL crew rising up to go against this honestly like behemoth team that I think has been doing
So
really
I
well.
have bad
Did
news
pretty
for
well in
you.
the weekly.
I have bad news.
No!
Only
You don't mean it.
only 1/3 of this roster is Fuel. In fact, 2/3 is OSU.
Oh. OSU heads rise up. This is your team. Well, I know that the one guy that I mentioned being on Fuel is on Fuel. So we
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All good.
Yeah, huge. We
Big.
made it part of the way. And if that's not what matters,
But you know what
something
does
else
matter?
probably
You know what
matters.
does matter? This devious comp from Tokyo Blade, Juno Drakkar on their side, on the other side. Very, very normal. Melee goalie, X, Estelle. Estelle's a little weird on Night Market, but not the weirdest.
Yeah, I think Estelle's in a very good place right now. I think a lot of people were low on Estelle the past few patches, which is fair because she didn't necessarily do anything that much better or even any better than anyone else. But now I think with the primary being down a second from a recent patch and less speed in the pool from that other recent patch, hey, Estelle is looking pretty good. Is just one of those does it all characters, and unfortunately, he's gonna have to do it in another 13 seconds. We'll be back.
Yeah, we'll have to see if if they can stay alive here because the Juno Drakkar, they're a little bit about the damage. They're about to crossfire. Whoa, that guy exploded. Kachikoma and Mirameg, what a combination.
Yeah, really. The forward duo that just keeps on giving, even in new ways. That's a missile prop Juno, by the way, coming out, not opting for the big fish on the start, taking the missile prop, and a little bit of interesting numbers for all you number fans out there, is that Juno primary hits just as hard as a core flip, which is crazy to think about. It's 200 base plus 100% of your power. That's a lot. And then with missile prop, I think Mirameg's going to be just sniping a lot of KOs out of nowhere because people just aren't going to expect it to kill. And even if it doesn't, the damage that's coming out is really showing. The missile prop value on both these characters is really coming out today. Holy moly.
It really is, and I think that it's also a difference in experience, right? The members of Tokyo Blade, Mirameg and Kachikoma especially, Nasl experience, Potat, not as much, but is very, very comfortable on this Rasmus goalie. On the other hand, Equal Equation, Peanut Enjoyer, names are hard. Not much like league experience, right? Not much competitive experience, but they're still getting it done. 2 barriers already down.
Yeah, 2 barriers down. They have an opportunity. Names are hard. A little low, but looking to get in there. Unfortunately, the X Rasmus matchup is. We saw last game X just getting bullied on Night Market. It's the same against Rasmus. It's a lot worse. Rasmus, I think, just puts out a lot more damage than Mako can quicker. And we're going to be, I think, seeing a lot of KOs. Just a lot of KOs out of Tokyo Blade. That kind of seems like the game plan here. And it seems like it's going to work. But crazy sequence coming out. Potat holding this down. Not letting anything go. Well, that one can go. Flip and Estelle being 2 solid abilities. Going to be putting that in right there.
Yeah, they got it done there. But it was still pretty shaky, right? Potat was making some amazing outplays onto Names Are Hard. Really just a very, very nice matchup for the Rasmus, being able to space out that X. We're seeing the effects here as one barrier does go down on each side. But as long as Kashikoma can stay relatively healthy, I think Potat's going to have a very comfortable time dealing with the one-on-ones here. As long as Peanut Enjoyers kept contained, the damage output is there to make sure the midfielder can't do much.
Yeah. Just preventing anyone from doing anything. Just lock it down. Not let that go through. Now, a lot of damage coming out onto Kashikoma. Names and Peanut Enjoyer healing up a little bit. Well, as much as they can, because Names is playing the X, getting the shot dead, but getting the barrier before he had to go. Very nice. And honestly, things are looking great for Frostbite. Flip on the goalie, even though they're in the man disadvantage. Flip coming out, they're able to hold that down through the whole thing. And now it honestly looks tough for Tokyo Blade to get anything done. Especially, I think it's really hard for Drakkar to get a whole lot off of equal equations, and now with Patat down, this is Frostbite's opportunity.
Oh, good clear by Kashikoma, a bit of a panic flip there, and now Names are hard in position, and that loss of resources is going to come back to bite Tokyo Blade perhaps. They're flipped down, relatively speaking, and Frostbite confirmed very cleanly there. Well played by Names are hard in particular to not panic in front of the net, really just get it secured and build up a bit of an even game here.
Yeah, great patience. Had a wonderful dribble with the bell ringer, get it all done, and is now just getting in there on the barriers again, gets both. Frostbite looking to take this first set against this behemoth team, not letting it go through, forcing the flip out of Mirror. It's going to cost Names are hard being staggered, but I don't know. This is looking like a great trade.
Yeah, it's looking very dangerous here for Tokyo Blade. Names are hard though, pulled back into the net. Peanut Enjoyer with the flip available needs to make a miracle happen here. Flip to the bottom side, but Potat, perfect coverage with the pendulum swing. We usually see an ability like that go wide, but it was preemptive. It was very, very locked in from Potat. Lots of experience. Equal equation on the other hand. Bit of a misstep there. That's the barrier falling. Flip still available. Koma in possession. Names are hard spaced out by the pendulum swing once again. The matchup so favorable, it feels like, for the Rasmus, but Names are hard, making it difficult right now. Peanut Enjoyer in position. The strike wars won though by Potat. Potat has to do so much work right now. The Peanut Enjoyer is getting it passed so reliably into midfield, but Miriam dribbling around the course speed to the top side, not quite landing in the net. The offense kind of stalling out for Tokyo Blade. The Potat's fantastic right now, but they're not getting a clean goal attempt.
No, they are just looking for this opportunity, and I think one is all it will take. Just able to get position the X right in front.
Save, like, why does Potat have to do this much work? Mirror and Kashikoma, he's got to get any shot on net. Equal equations doesn't have to do anything. Potat had to do everything that point, and it will be Frostbite taking the set.
Someone help this guy. Save Potat right now. Oh my god. Crazy first set coming out. Frostbite now rewarded, I think, with Chrono Boost Mako. Yeah, I don't think there's any world where anything else comes out, and that's more speed for these guys. It's going to be easier to avoid damage. It's going to be, well, harder to hit them. That's the same thing, you know, but they're going to be moving all over the place, spreading the floor as they have been, and I don't really know what Tokyo Blade can do about that. They picked up size. Well, actually, they picked up size on Potat. This guy is gigantic. Triple size right now if you include that pauldrons. Very, very large guy on the field. You know, and no amount of speed is going to be able to really just get through how big this guy is. Still putting out a ton of damage. Also, I think pretty interesting to note, Kashikoma picked up aerials, which that's missile prop aerials. That's a great opportunity. That's just a Stell ult on your primary. You know, a lot of opportunity to get or punish a lot of cross clears now. And I think that's really the only way that they can reliably score, unless Kashikoma presses his face into equal equations and just, you know, farms these the sweet spot on Drakkar primary. Otherwise, like, there's just no real chance of getting through the defense that they're putting up. They can kill him too. That works.
Yeah, I think KO needs to be the focus a little bit more here. They do have the resources for it, right? They do have Spark of Strength, Missile Prop Juno, who is not as good as court controlling when the Missile Prop's in play, especially when you're out of the goal box, right? That additional reach only makes it easier for the Slimes to get stuck on the edges. But they have a barrier advantage here. They have a lot of damage down, but names are hard. Winning a strike interaction. Really good from Potat, though, to send it forward, force out a flip from equal equations. And now Potat once again in a lot of trouble to rebound back, but still a flip available here to get out of danger. And now Mirimeg in position with a flip, perhaps an easy slot into the top corner. And Tokyo Blade, they got it going last set too. They just need to get 3 goals instead of just 2.
Yeah, Mirimeg's brawler instinct kicked in. You could see it. He saw the core in the corner and immediately dove in. This is my opportunity, and really, I'm... Oh, no! Oh, no! Devastating double barrier for Tokyo Blade. Just about to talk about how things are looking tough for them, and then it gets worse. But Patat definitely proving that he can hold it down in these situations. As you can see, just he's so big, and he's just doing so well. You know, again, like almost 1v2 on this defense, holding it down in spite of all that. Really well played. But now it looks like the damage is coming out for Tokyo Blade. This is looking like their chance to just make this a quick set if they can get these KOs.
Flip available now, but the slime interrupts. Mirimeg gets it done here. Tokyo Blade, they can't build up the damage fast enough. Names are hard, almost gets a flick to the top corner, but even though it misses, Peanut Enjoyer start with the follow-up. And that's the important thing, right? The synergy between Names and Peanut Enjoyer. Equal equations, like, doesn't have to do anything because Peanut Enjoyer and Names are keeping the core contained, keeping the core forward. And when you don't have to do anything, you're happy as a Mako, you're speed boosting the team, you're contributing.
Yeah, Mako lore. Today, I don't have to defend, so my secondary is saved to make my guys go fast. And that's... it's impossible to deal with. You know, especially with Chrono Boost, they're so fast. Anyway, Power Play comes out. This is what Tokyo Blade really needs. Core getting past them. You know, 1 barrier down. That's going to be pretty tough to deal with. But as long as they can hold down this other barrier, maybe get a KO on Peanut Enjoyer, who is off grabbing an orb, they have a chance. But that's another KO. That's the Juno primary. The big bomb coming out with that missile prop. But it gets past them again, and that's another barrier. No!
It's a bit of a catastrophe here. They're trying to get it all the way around. Names now respawn, and we know the synergy, but there's the KO combo here. Peanut Enjoyer has to make a solo play. Maybe equal equations with a miracle flip. The slime's coming in. The ability's all burned, but the flip still stands on equal equations. Still a big opportunity to defend. Kashikoma trying to force out the flip here. An awkward situation, and Kashikoma won't capitalize. A bit of spaghetti everywhere, but Tokyo Blade happy with the outcome.
Yeah, welcome to my spaghetti factory. Walking into the 9 to 5, but that was just a good one of those, like, Kashikoma displaying the experience set that we were talking about earlier. It just was able to very calmly catch the clear and say, "Oh, he doesn't have strike up. Hey, you know, shake my hand."
Oh,
yeah, but Tokyo Blades, they're getting the KOs. They're just really, I feel like they're having a lot of trouble in the power play, capitalizing. And I think that's pretty normal for a lot of teams, but, you know, only getting 1 barrier after the guy respawns. Oh!
What a flip by Mirimeg to capitalize there. It would have been just a 1-for-0. It would have just been a power play for Frostbite, but Mirimeg just walks up, flips, and finds a slime, the raw slime right there. 1 primary for the kill, continuing the power play, and with the barrier down, Tokyo Blade have found the explosiveness they need here. They've realized that Missile Prop Juno with Sparkle Strength does 3 million damage and knockback, and maybe if you just primary the people instead of the core, you're gonna just kill them.
And yeah, the Dark ZZZ tech being employed, damage Juno out in full force, and that's going to be the set for Tokyo Blade. KO them! And that's exactly what they're up to right now. And oh no! Primetime Prize Fighter Stinger, I think, is the big one we could be looking at for Mirimeg here.
Low key, if I'm Mirimeg, I go Prize Fighter. But Stinger is fine too.
Both just a ton of damage. Prize Fighter would go crazy. Core speed, just everything. That's another
Size Awakening, Speed Awakening. The goalies are feasting this game. and the menacing last pick Spec X as well. No denials to be had.
Nightmare draft for everyone. Just bis across the board. We got the Stinger. Heavy impact is going to be a lot of damage. That's every size awakening except Might on Patat.
Oh, heavy impact
This guy's
missile prop!
gigantic.
Heavy
W
impact
heavy
missile prop! Kashikoma, Molten
that
Bolt,
guy.
lock and load, forbidden two-piece combo. But, you know, they still got to score. Equal Equations, though, just took a third of the health bar while in the goalie zone from one primary from Kashikoma, and now I'm scared.
That's a lot. Oh my, it's a bloodbath. Tokyo Ghoul has hit the set 3 power spike, and I said Tokyo Ghoul.
You said
my
Tokyo
bad, guys.
Ghoul.
Different anime.
Yeah, still a mid-opening.
Tokyo Blade.
Anyway, Kachikoma in position all the way back to Potat, who has a lot of size, and this time the size is letting that Whiplash cover so much. Once again, the Molten Bolt lock and load. Kachikoma getting it done. Not quite the beta combo. That one's banned. That one only works with no evades, but still being able to confirm these KOs so reliably and just a primary the face.
Yeah, bam. Drakkar. Right there. I don't know. Tokyo Blade is turning Frostbite into a couple of Tokyo Ghouls. Just KO after KO after KO. I'm thinking about Prize Fighter right now and how crazy that could have been on anyone. Anyone on this team. They're just out there farming names, trying to get a KO of zone, trying to get active in the damage department, but I don't think anything can contest. The Juno Drakkar coming out right here and just, oh, beautiful double tap by Tokyo Blade, just getting it right in there. Good for par. Like, it's looking impossible for Frostbite to play into right now.
Yeah, finally this comp is scaled. Potat has become able to 1v3, and as long as Potat can 1v3 for like 10 seconds or so, there's enough damage for the game to be won, you know? Like, as long as Potat holds a little bit while Kajikoma and Mirimeg do damage things, that's where the money is made here. I will say, though, Mirimeg should have taken Prize Fighter. Like, that would have been the core speed, that would have been the damage, that would have been the burst. But instead, it's Kachikoma finding the core control plays, one barrier down, equal equation chip down a little bit in the Strike Wars one as well. But it looks like Peanut Enjoyer staying relatively healthy this time. Names are hard, surviving as well. And if they can survive, they can find a push perhaps, but it is still looking so difficult.
It really is. Just any ability comes out, and some guy's going to be taking it to the dome and probably dying off of it. Is tough. And then they have the strike and the slime to just converge on the barrier. Big flip coming out. Equal equations able to save it, but can they save Peanut Enjoyer from taking all of his health to Stinger? Just everything Juno. The monster Juno that is just taking lives out here. Or the Drakkar, who doesn't have any energy, and actually a lot of energy on the side.
Oh.
Sorry. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Unbelievable sequence of events. Potat had flipped. Things were looking rough, but they had an opportunity. But the core speed was just too
1-2 punch.
Brutal.
1-2
and that's
punch.
1-2 punch. We could see a rapid fire come down the line. Mirimeg's almost definitely picking up that spark. I don't know if anyone's going to deny it from him.
Wait, okay, so Rapid Fire is interesting here. So they're going to deny Stagger Swagger here, probably. On the Rasmus,
like
don't take Glass Cannon? Wait, it's just an easy Stagger Swagger take by the Estelle. And the Juno...
So here's how Frostbite can still win.
Guys?
Get a load of this.
This was the easiest draft of all time, and you just auto-piloted Glass Cannon. Like, a Glass Cannon's amazing on Rasmus, yes, but it was the easiest draft of all time to lock up this game, and that's what you did?
Yeah, I can't say I super agree with Tokyo Blade's, I think, entire draft. I would have liked to see the 1-2 punch. Rapid Fire is good, you know.
Yeah, Rapid Fire is good.
Kashikoma, thumbs up. You're okay. But, and actually the spark, it's... Now, we're walking it back. You gotta take the Stagger Swagger if your KO win condition's coming out. I mean, they couldn't deny Stagger Swagger and Reverb without, you know, 2 people to do it. But still, now Peanut Enjoyer is out there, and that's a player I would not want to give Stagger Swagger to. They were able to get the first point, but
if the Slimes are winning like that, then maybe it's fine because Equal Equations just got defeated by the power of artificial intelligence, where the intelligence stands for not much intelligence at all.
No,
It was just artificial. It was just the slime striking forward, and names are hard trying to put on the pressure. But again, wait a second. That might be important. Spec trading, I think. Or was it Peanut Enjoyer with the snipe? That is still the Drakkar going down. The superpowered Drakkar gone. And that means names are hard is now the strongest member on the field right now. Flipped away, though, and the respawn comes in. And both barriers not taken. Only one here. And if Potat can survive for a little bit, everything's fine.
Yeah. Names. Oh, able to get that barrier with this dying breath. Putting up crazy Olympics. Able to get the shot, too. Potat, very, very large, but unfortunately not fast enough to catch up to that. And that's going to be a slam dunk. Frostbite is not out of it yet.
Yeah, again, Stagger Swagger, Peanut Enjoyer can survive. And that is a problem because Peanut Enjoyer is not tanky, right? And names are hard to pick up Stagger, so that guy is tanky. Peanut Enjoyer is almost dead here. Okay, well, maybe he can't survive when he's being chased down by an invisible Drakkar, but names are hard. With all of that attention, is now in a 1v1. Okay, that guy's not scoring. All good.
All good. But yeah, you bring up a great point. Peanut Enjoyer can get blitzed and shut down, but it takes such a concerted effort to do so. Names are hard has 2,800 Stagger, almost 2,900, and a big Exalt to shut down that recovery drone and get another point. This team has the survivability to take this to a set 5. And they're 1 point away from doing so.
Yeah, and this is where it comes in, right? Maybe you should have drafted to deny the bulk instead of drafting for yourselves here because, relatively speaking, that seems to be the difference maker here. Kashikoma trying to find a KO on the Peanut Enjoyer, but not quite enough here. And once again, the lower that guy gets, the more that guy is speeding up. Peanut Enjoyer dancing across the field. Names are hard, deflecting the flip and taking a lot of damage in the process, but still alive here. And Mirimeg's the one who's slow.
Yeah, names are hard. Getting taken out, but not before getting the barrier. Mirimeg has to go back for the orb. Tokyo Blade has a power play, able to get the second barrier. Now the net's open. Things are looking tough, but Names are Hard's back, and the core is on Tokyo Blade's side. Names are Hard going in there. The Mako speed.
Aww.
Oh, not enough, as a humble strike primary will be taking it. And Tokyo Blade, I think, needs to score right here, or the game is like almost impossible. This is Frostbite's opportunity. They have to boss up right here. Peanut Enjoyer has a flip. Equal equations close to 1.
Wait, that guy just used his
to
flip.
Stay alive.
Wait, Peanut Enjoyer could be the target, but again, the Stagger Swagger. That guy regens the full so quickly. And that could be what changes the game here. A panic flip out from Potat. No barrier. Potat, he alternates between looking like the best goalie on the planet and own barriering. And it happens back and forth so often here. Which side will we see this point, though, as he continues? But a crossfire from Peanut Enjoyer gets it done. Names are hard with the bull rush in. Potat, though, finds the strikes once again, but the strike reset from Names are hard. And again, that draft is coming back to bite them. Peanut Enjoyer is unkillable if he plays it right.
Yeah. A devastating set for Tokyo Blade. A humble Might of Colossus hover. Don't know if that will be coming out, but Names Are Hard gets perfect form. Perfect form delivered straight to your door. Please take
it.
Denies Might of Colossus. Fair?
Perfect form. I don't think it's that fair. I don't think it's that fair.
I definitely think Peanut Enjoyer should have denied the Might instead of...
And I think...
Let your ex have perfect form.
I think that Kashikoma should have denied the perfect form, too. I think this draft is a mess.
Perfect form not going first or second pick is a massive red flag. It's the best awakening game. You can put the perfect form in the bag. It's okay. It'll be okay. Imagine perfect form X with specialized training. Oh, the world if. Still, that's extra special on Kashikoma, which could come into play, but a single primary might be enough.
It might just be. They're getting it around everyone here. I think they've reverted back to playing core control beside of Tokyo Blade, and it's working. When a single shotgun scores, like... well, all good. It shouldn't be happening, but all good. Frostbite have come back from worse before.
It's definitely a cause for concern. This game is just balls to the wall, back and forth. Oh, no! Crazy KO coming out from Mirimeg, taking that guy out. I'm in awe of just the back and forth right here is crazy. I feel like either team has the potential to just go turbo 1v9 and just explode. And well, right now neither of them are doing it, but
it's a bit of spaghetti. I'll be honest. Names are hard though. Is continuing to be a menace. Catching and equal equations 1v1ing so much damage from the Drakkar despite the goal game, but that is the spectrating X Maximus. But that's Potat with the primary, and the brawlers, the one in the net and one chasing the net, are both looking very, very strong right now as Potat pushes forward, looking as a forward to try and make a play. Mirimeg now trying to get the dribbles here, but as the respawns come in, I think Frostbite are in quite the stable position here.
Yeah, and I think that's just a product of their comp as a whole. Mako X is you get to that last set and you'll guaranteed be doing well. The Mako will hold really well. The X will have scaled out of control, as we're seeing right now. The ball is going so fast right now, and neither team is able to catch it super reliably, and we're just looking for something. Names getting the barrier and getting the goal immediately after, capitalizing on the cross clear. The pendulum swing not coming out fast enough to prevent that from happening. It's so intense. I can only imagine how the players feel right now playing this terrifying game.
Yeah, he is so fast. He has the flip in front of the net. That's one barrier down, saved miraculously by the defense of Tokyo Blade here. And trying to combo. Names are hard off, but that guy survived. If the X survives the full combo, but no, Peanut Enjoyer gets taken down by a single ability from Mirimeg, and suddenly all that work is for naught here. If Tokyo Blade can capitalize on the power play, they get it past equal equations once. They're putting so much damage onto Names Are Hard, and that KO might have just sealed this point here as two barriers go down. The slimes are coming out. Names Are Hard, a chance at redemption. Trying to close this one out here is Tokyo Blade, trying to build up a lead in this final set. But once again, it is Names Are Hard continuing to be stable, continuing to be nearly unkillable. But the defense is looking so dangerous in this open net. The Mako Shrunk does not have that much reach here. And Kachikoma interrupting, trying to find a shotgun around everybody, trying to find the damage on the Peanut Enjoyer, perhaps the KO on the Names Are Hard, but the timing's not there. The survival is there for Frostbite, and Names Are Hard still living.
Yeah, still alive by some miracle, looking for this orb, getting denied by the fastest Rasmus ever, while Mirimeg is just going to slime it in. It's slime time right now, Nickelodeon style, and Tokyo Blade's going to be going up another point. 1 point away from winning. This is a very scary spot for Frostbite. They have to lock it down and, well, not lose to Juno.
Yeah, Equal Equations needs to stop losing to these Juno slimes because Potat is performing miracles on the other end, and that might just be the difference here. But both goalies have had their share of losing to air, so, maybe it's not just Equal Equations. A lot of damage here, but importantly, heading into this point, the energy economy difference was quite ridiculous here. Mirimeg and Potat both with flips. Kachikoma building one up in Equal Equations on death's door. The goalie could go down here. Picks up an orb, but that's not a lot of healing here. But Kachikoma's the one who's taken down first. Big opportunity. But there's Mirimeg on the follow-up combos with Potat's Pendulum Swing, and that's a true combo to death. No chance to evade there. For the Estelle, Mirimeg with the barrier take, and the respawn coming in for Kachikoma. Mirimeg trying to find a strike war. Potat with the follow-up. The defense is there from Peanut Enjoyer and Equal Equations, but once again, what else but the slime this time? Well played from Mirimeg, and that will be Tokyo Blade surviving in the winner's side.
Yeah, incredibly intense game, but Mirimeg will seal it out, threading the needle with the slime, getting it right in the mix, slotting it in, and Tokyo Blade moves on after piloting an ambitious and pretty up and down comp, able to slam dunk that one. That had to have been terrifying. I was thinking earlier in the game, like, this Drakkar is sitting there, and, like, I don't know how it scores on the Mako. And then set 3 hit, and then you got 13 KOs, and, like, this team is very, very unorthodox, is what I'm picking up, and they're able to make it work. They're able to get it done right here, and I think it's going to be a lot harder moving forward, but moving forward is exactly what they're up to, and I think they have a lot going for them. Absolutely, but that game was Terrifying.
Yeah, that game was a little bit scary. Shout out to Potat though. What a performance
Amen.
in this game. Mirma and Kachikoma were not doing Potat any favors in the early part of that game. Like, Potat was left out to die, and he survived. He thrived, and he got it done. It was incredibly close in the end, though, and I think that Frostbite will be making quite the loser's run here. They have the potential, and I think that they'll be favored over pretty much everyone they face for a while in losers. So we'll see if they can get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. Just immaculate performance coming out from Frostbite. Wishing them the best on their losers run. But until then, we will be cutting to break, coming back with another match. Stay tuned for that. Bye-bye.
See ya. Hello everyone, we're back. We got Heavy Metal Gundam without the demon this time. If you remember, play better, win more. 3? Yeah. Was they Forever, Hungry Boy, and Tragic versus the familiar faces in Tokyo? Blade, Potak, Hashikama, Mirimeg. What comp do they have for us this time? Is the question, and I'm a little scared.
I'm more than a little scared. We saw how close that last game was, and going up against the second seed is not where you get experimental. Me personally, it's time to put the bread and butter in the bag, and it's looking like they did. They got Zen Aimi, a pretty standard comp, not super wild, and
Wait, but who's
on the
on
perfect
what?
form start.
Wait, who's on what though?
Oh, great question. Honestly, we'll take it either way. I know Kashikoma is fond
Okay.
of the Aimi, but it's going to be Kashikoma on the Zen, Mirameg on the Aimi. I'm surprised that Zen was not first pick, but Atlas being locked in. Actually, I think a really interesting question because Atlas is so strong on perfect form start and can counter most everything that perfect form Zen wants to do. Could actually be, is this the greatest drafting I've ever seen? I think I agree with that. That sounds really awesome, and it's working so far. Wow. Wow, is it working?
It's really working. And Save Forever didn't take the perfect form, which is going to lower his power level quite a bit, but it's going to let him be the sole Sparker, the sole ability to be the mayor here. So I'm not, jury's out on whether that's worth it, but it's definitely something that is especially beneficial if you're already ahead, and they're looking very ahead.
Yeah, they're looking incredibly ahead. Honestly, on a perfect form start, like, I think you can just let the spark go back in the pool. It's fine, but really, we're seeing a ton of damage come onto Mirameg, and red alert, we're seeing Hungry Boy take slick kicks. Uh-oh. Buddy, it's Maxwell's meta.
Well,
No, it could perform incredibly well, especially if they're getting these KOs.
It's also,
I'm just a hater.
It's also not as Maxwell's meta, right? You know,
It's not.
It's
not double Maxwell's meta.
Yeah, Slick Kick's a lot more justifiable nowadays. And Hungry Boy is getting a lot of touches on the core, getting in there. Now dribbles the barrier take and the KO found. And Zay Forever's walking towards the core. Looking to try and find a dribble to the bottom side is Zay Forever. Doesn't even need Hungry Boy's assistance there. Finds the goal, and Heavy Metal Gundam. It's looking like a bit of a sweep.
Yeah, this team slated to qualify again, second seed, and is really putting on a qualifying performance. Not even on a qualifying match, but just I think that caliber of player coming out looking great. A little bit of a scare with Hungry Boy on the edge there, but Tragic had him covered. Press this button in case of emergency, and the emergency was almost had. I'm telling you, a lot of damage coming onto Mirameg right here, and I don't see how this team is able to get through the Atlas.
Yeah, and it's kind of telling that their positioning is swapped, right? Mirimeg is playing Brawler and Kashikoma is playing midfield. Their true roles are being revealed here. But with the Atlas gone, maybe they can find some offense here. But Hungry Boy defending quite well on the backside, find the clears through everybody, find the strike war, wins through everybody, and Potaf forced to burn the log. Still had that in the back pocket to not lose the barrier. Kashikoma now with the insta flip, goes around the world and unsuccessful. A little bit off target there. But they get it past Tragic. They burned the flip from Hungry Boy, and maybe this is the start of a bit of a comeback here.
It only takes a trickle, as they say, and this is a great opportunity. Mirameg close to a flip. No energy on Hungry Boy. No energy on Kashikoma is pretty scary. You know, Zentaro bossing up with 1100 base stagger. Gonna be a little tough, but they're able to burn the secondary, use the flip for the last barrier, and get a KO. And this is the Tokyo Blade I'm familiar with.
Yeah, maybe this is what we were looking for here, because they are getting it done suddenly at a 0.5 here, and maybe able to really turn the tide. But we'll still have to see. One barrier down off the center. Maybe they can. It's really all about getting around Zay Forever, right? The Asher is relatively immobile, doesn't have the perfect form to really force those cooldowns in. Has to be a lot more aware of everything that's going on. So if you get it around the Asher constantly, there's no good chance for the Asher to really do Asher things. Yeah,
especially if you are dumping a lot of damage onto the Asher, forcing Zay to play to get orbs or other things. Healed up now after a lot of resources. Gets a KO though. The Asher things are coming out in full force. And now Tragic getting active here. You know, walking up while Hungry Boy covers the out clear. Great triangle play coming out from Heavy Metal Gundam, but Potat just turned into a god on the pitch, able to stop everything coming at him, and I'm in awe.
Yeah, but the barrier still stands here, still able to keep this point alive, but as the barrier falls, it's looking a lot more dangerous. Hungry with the flip available, flipping away Mirimeg, but a great Tofu Fortress, and Mirimeg right below Tragic threads the needle, finds the barrier. Now Kashikoma trying to get it through. Everybody, Potat playing up, which is good, bypassing Zay forever quite a bit, but as Zay dribbles forwards, misses a strike, but still sends to the bottom side of the Dubu roll. Not quite catching it there, and Heavy Metal Gundam, dangerous set, but they get out of it with a win.
Yeah. Tokyo Blade definitely put up a fight there. But Heavy Metal Gundam locking in, getting what they want, taking big fish on Asher, getting that size. It'd be really nice. I see Stagger Swagger up, and if any member of Heavy Metal Gundam picks it up, as a great opportunity to deny that win condition from Tokyo Blade, but it's going to be picked up by Mirimeg instead, and Heavy Impact being picked up by Kashikoma is very scary. That's perfect form Heavy Impact Zen. I think that's just the best 2 awakenings you can give that character. And now that's going to be a devastating amount of damage coming out all the time from the perfect form Zen. We already see it on Zay Forever. Heavy Metal Gundam is running the double healer comp, but it's going to take a lot of healing to get through the consistent damage that's going to be coming out.
And a lot of it's about the pressure too, about the hit stun. If Kashikoma can constantly disrupt Tragic and Hungry Boy, that will be really good for Mirimeg to get the follow-ups for Potat to have an easier time, but Zay Forever just zoning everyone away. And wow, the Monumentalist follow-up from Hungry Boy will secure the barrier there as well. Heavy Metal Gundam looking very, very composed here, but Hungry Boy incredibly low, revived now by the Celestial Intervention. And Kashikoma and Mirimeg critically low, taken out. Mirimeg not long for this world as well as the Pad Splitter, creating a lot of problems, the passing play around everybody. Tragic could have just gone to Zay there and scored the goal, but now it's a chance for, yeah, Zay knows it too, like with the pass ping. And now, without that pass coming through, Tokyo Blade have a chance in this one.
Yeah, Potat making another great save with the flip on the line, keeping it in play. Mirimeg able to win that on the warping now, coming back, able to push it forward. Kashikoma resuming the midfield role, just hanging out there, looking to get a pass to Mirimeg, pushing it up. Both forwards on Tokyo Blade just kind of push back as the pressure coming out from Zay and Hungry Boy is just, it's palpable. And great zoning from Zay Forever. The airship sends its regards as that guy has been pushed into the wall, and Zay able to pick up the core on the rebound, putting it in, scoring that 1 point. But these points aren't like the points that they scored last set. These are way, way harder. It's looking like Tokyo Blade is really warmed up, ready with their A game in this game, showing up and putting on the performance they need to win.
Yeah, and I really like Heavy Metal Gundam's draft strategy too, right? They banned away the Rasmus. They respected Potat a lot because, as you can see, Potat is doing a lot of work. The barrier falls there, but Mirimeg and Kashikoma are not helping Potat too much. It is not easy, but they find a KO there, and the Tofu Fortress stuff out the flip, and suddenly a good situation for Tokyo Blade, but not if Kashikoma's on death's door as well. Hungry Boy taking a lot of damage, but Kashikoma is the one who is staggered in the end of it all. I think a lot of it does have to do with Heavy Metal Gundam. They're playing a little bit sloppily. Like, they're not playing as clean as expected here, but the pass splitter continues to be really good from Zay Forever. They seem to get the passes, not just the pass splitters, and I think that this game will become a lot simpler.
Yeah, I think so. Just a little bit more synergy trust coming out from these forwards, and a world of difference. But right now, I think each of their individual plays, especially Zay Forever, is just putting on an Asher masterclass. You know, having great plays. Right now, I feel like they just got to get this guy the ball. Hungry Boy getting low, getting love bombed by 500 healing abilities. is back. The flip preserved. Zay getting close to his own. Gets it right there. Kashikoma low. What was once a great Tokyo Blade point has now turned into Heavy Metal Gundam's opportunity to just get a KO, get a power play, but not get it with their 2 flips, and now their barrier's down.
Potat is going crazy. Last game and this game, flashes of absolute brilliance. Nasl Tat even getting it around everybody there as well. Hungry Boy not in position, and Tragic out of place here. Mirimek with the flip available. Will he get a chance to use it is the question, but the passing lanes are not open at all. Potat around the world. Mirimek trying to find an opportunity to flip, but no pass finds its way to the Aimi. Finally, with the pass splitter in his face to the bottom side, but Tragic's there to cover. It's such a dangerous spot there for Zay Forever too, but staying alive and just there with insurance is the Celestial Intervention to Firewall Sentry, now advancing the core forward. Tragic with a flip available, has plenty of defense to speak of. The Toby Fortress comes out, and Potat, there's only so much you can do in an open net. Of course, the Toby Fortress a little bit preemptive, but everything else so well played by the goalie of Tokyo Blade. Mirimek and Kashikoma need to get something done.
Yeah, Potat is putting on a 1v1 million performance right here. Just going crazy in the box. But there's only so much a humble little Dubu can do before things start to get really rough. And things are looking really rough right now as Heavy Metal Gundam looking to just shut down this game right here, right now. A quick 21-second point, and that's going to be a second set to them.
Yeah, it's now looking very, very dangerous. 3-0 Zay Forever MVP. And this is not the place you want to be. Recovery drone, additional size coming in. And even if you manage to KO Zay Forever and Tragic's not there with the Celestial Intervention, that'll still be revived. So much leeway for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam here. Glass Cannon on the Dubu, a lot more agency, but that Monumentalist now is going to snipe out the Dubu's Glass Cannon so often. With the Monk Titans as well, so much mobility to get across the field, and nothing even close from the side of Tokyo Blade here. The aerial's dash range is nice on the Zentaro, but it is not looking nice overall.
No, definitely a phenomenal draft from Heavy Metal Gundam, and I do think the aerials could come into play, could make a big difference, especially converting from defense to offense, but there's no easy way to put this. Heavy Metal Gundam is just running away with this game, and it's going to take... We've already been seeing miracle plays from Potat. It's going to take... whatever comes next. Like, we need some super miracles coming out here if Tokyo Blade wants to win this game.
You know, it's not going to be easy as Mirimek and Kachikoma taking a lot of damage as well. That's the issue with facing the double healing comp as well, is that you're the ones who get chipped down while they just heal up, right? Even if they're not really spectrum to damage, you just take damage from the base damage of the abilities while they're staying topped up. Mirimek being chased down here, a back pass flip interrupted by Mirimek though, but a flip out from Zay Forever, forcing out the Toby Fortress from Potat. That's an important resource gone, and forcing in is Zay Forever, but Potat looking very solid on the defense. A flip now, but strike shot it away. Potat keeping this goal locked down, but again, this barrier take is looking so difficult.
Yeah, how did these two characters get through the Asher, or the Atlas here? The Asher as well, who's just killing them this entire time. It's just so tough. This guy is an iron wall, and I suppose Potat putting up a much more impressive performance on the Dubu, just not letting anything go through at all, is constantly under fire, and is still holding the line. You know, both these goalies just making this game really drag out in a way that I don't think it would if either of them weren't on these picks or playing any worse.
Oh, dangerous spot here for Potat, but gets it around Zay Forever. Mirimek also a dangerous spot, and goes right to Zay Forever for 2 attempts at the goal. Potat has no help on the defense, unfortunately, and the offense is so difficult, right? Picking Centauro Aimi into Atlas, like you mentioned so many times. It is not looking easy, and that's just a primary. That's just the astral projection. You're dead, as Mirimek and Potat left to do something, I guess.
Yeah, but just someone save Potat fast. This guy's putting on an Olympic level Omega Strikers performance, and just be playing into Atlas now, Asher, and that's going to be another point. Heavy Metal Gundam starting to speed it up here, 1 point away from winning this game, and I feel like Tokyo Blade's starting to run out of steam. This is a difficult game to be on the receiving end of.
But on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, right, it's a very, very good game. We saw the passing plays get a lot better. We saw them accelerating as the game went on, and we're seeing a pretty dominant performance with this very, very clear composition. Like, you know exactly what they're up to, and they're getting it done, which is a very good sign for the second seed, a team that is pretty much assumed to be qualifying this week. If they don't, it's really bad, but a performance like this is very, very good in terms of just expectations and in terms of mental going into their future games that have more stakes that determine whether you're heading to liftoff or not. And in liftoff as well, I think Heavy Metal Gundam have a very, very good showing here. And as Tragic walks up, we might be seeing this game come to an end pretty soon. Hungry Boy getting chased down. A flip out from Tragic goes nowhere, but nowhere is fine when you're the ones in control of everything.
Yeah, and I think that really is the name of the game, is that Heavy Metal Gundam just has all the tempo. They control this entire game. They decide when it's Potat, again, putting up a phenomenal performance. The last bastion of hope for Tokyo Blade, but unfortunately the insta-flip at that range is just going to be sniping that one real quick. Heavy Metal Gundam taking it, and that was difficult to watch.
That was difficult to watch because of how well Zay played as well, right? Like, that guy was getting KOs, that guy was dribbling in front of the net, that guy was setting up pass splitters. 9 goals tells the tale. Only 3 assists on Hungry Boy and Tragic. Zay Forever was solo scoring and solo scoring well.
Yeah. It was a one-man army, 7 KOs, just he did it all. That's how this comp can function, is that the Atlas and now hang back and let the Asher just single-handedly take it through the corner, force situations that are really difficult for the enemy team. That is what Asher is built to do. And so, you know, made Hungry Boy, especially Tragic's life, pretty nice, as they was able to just sweep through and take things while they supported him.
Yeah, well, we'll be right back with some more games here. And don't go anywhere, because we have some good ones, including a team that maybe shouldn't be here, which is crazy because that happened last week too. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm so excited to Launchpad 3. I am Borg, and I'm here joined by my now teammate and one of
Yep.
my greatest buddies in this community, Mystic. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful, Borg. Thank you for having me here. It's a wonderful time to be playing in Launchpad the previous week, casting Launchpad the next week. We're going to be playing in Liftoff together as well. It's a whole journey, but today is not about us. It's about the players that are in this match. We have Handless Dogs versus E-Boy Entourage, and they're going to be putting on a performance. Some that, at least Handless Dogs, we have a little bit of a history with as well.
Yeah, we definitely have a history with them. I feel like I've played them every week for the last 3 weeks. I mean, we played them in Launchpad 2. I've played them, I've scrimmed them, I filled for a scrim against them. I've played them yesterday in the weekly. Like, I feel like I keep playing them over and over again. And I mean, they definitely have some teeth. And the other team, E-Boy, what is it? E-Boy Entourage, I actually have absolutely zero info on. I missed the last game they played. Don't know if it was streamed, but I don't think it was. Completely fresh. So I'm not even sure. I know maybe one of the players. So I don't know if you know anything more, Mystic, but
Well, I know Sorcerer Supreme is a Flopdwop renamed.
oh, really?
And yes.
What?
So
Okay. I didn't know that.
someone who was big in the scene earlier on and then dropped off to pursue some other games that I believe, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I believe him and Vladilena became like top players in this other game. And now they've returned into the realm of Omega Strikers and seem to want to compete once more. So I know that
That's
these
neat.
are relatively strong solo queue players, kind of in that echelon of like higher challenger, Omega, lower pro league esque. We tend to see these players. So in terms of individual skill, they definitely have what it takes to win. But when it comes to the competitive format, the solo queue skill is just one element of it. How well you form as a team, how much synergy you have, how well you can execute on your plan, and as well as adapting to the situation is such a big part of it. Something that we're going through ourselves.
Yeah, it is definitely a fun process, but we're going to be seeing some pretty similar ideas and comps here. We got on the Taiko Temple, rather. Got the Atlas and Mako goalies. Pretty classic staple in the last meta. Still a staple right now. We'll see if that changes, but for now, we're staying the same. Got a Julia and an X, the OG Brawlers, and then the Juno versus the Era. And a pretty old matchup, actually. I feel like I haven't seen Juno versus Era in a long time, but that used to be like a pretty common old one.
Yeah, Era is way less popular these days, although not bad at all. I think just a little bit overshadowed by some of the other midfielders like now Rune, Amy. But starting off really quickly, Juno putting in the work, getting a kill with that primary, now going into a power play here. Nicki Minilin still level 1, doesn't have that X Maximus to go in, tries to pop it. Oh, doesn't pop it yet, but they got the barrier, and now this power play is leading to an early point for Handless Dogs.
Yeah, the thing actually about the Handless Dogs comp, rather, is that X obviously has a lot of knockback, has a lot of power, has a lot of KO potential, but Juno, I think it was talked about before in the cast, especially with this Siege Machine that's giving you a little bit more range and damage on the creations.
Ooh.
You're going to find a lot of KOs with all the space, and the Slime plus the X combo there is going to find another KO onto Sorcerer Supreme, so Handless Dogs off to a pretty good start. Now X in the corner here trying to get both. Gets the second barrier here, looking for the KO on Syrupy. Finds it. Now has the flip in the corner. Can they take it? They don't even need it, and they put it right in that top side. It looks like Handless Dogs are trying to steamroll their way through this one.
Yeah, didn't even need to pop the energy burst at all. That spec training going the super value for Nicki Minilin already. Being able to get the KO in the net. You can already see the Julie is still level 1 at this moment. Can't have access to their awakening. They have no spec training value at this moment. Misses the dash punch, and now it's going to have to go on cooldown for quite some time. And we're seeing the Juno that you mentioned before just put in so much work, keeping the core control and the damage in this matchup is doing phenomenal. And they're just putting on so much pressure between the core control and the damage from the two forwards. And if it ever comes back over to their side, Atlas is probably going to be doing the most damage out of all of them.
Yeah, Atlas. I'm pretty sure we'll be getting nerfed next patch in terms of the damage. Not to leak, but we'll see how that ends up panning out. Definitely does a lot of damage right now, as both barriers are gone for the Handless Dogs. It seems like the E-Boy Entourage have finally found a little bit of momentum, but the flips and the energy on the side of Handless Dogs is heavily in favor of them. and they do have the core in the corner here with the slimes coming down, but no, it's going to be a good clear from Sorcerer Supreme and Syrupy to get it out for now. IDK trying to defend as much as possible, but Flambeau finds a little juke with that strike. Now the flip from Nicky Middle going to be popping right in the middle, not going to be finding much. But Weston sitting pretty in his own goal, is not going to care. It's only a matter of time, he thinks, before he might need that flip, before he is going to need to called into action. Nicky Midland trying to KO Syrupy on the corner, manages to survive with just a sliver, but not in the same page there as their goalie. IDK and Syrupy, miscommunication, let open that topside goal, and now the first set goes over to Handless Dogs, who, by the way, Mystic, are the 3rd seed, and eBoy Entourage somehow sneaked their way in here at the 22nd seed, so kind of what we would expect based on the seedings of how this game should be going for, but rather.
Yeah, let's see if eBoys can come back up with some more awakenings if it favors them, but the team that Handless Dogs have drafted are definitely going to benefit from the draft here. We got the Manu going over, which I'm honestly surprised. I would not personally take the Manu here on the Juno. Maybe they want to focus more on the damage there, but just having the Siege Machine feels like enough damage on the Juno itself. I personally would have chosen the Deadeye, but looking at everything else, X getting size is always amazing. Reverb going on to Weston on the Atlas there, denying both of the Stagger Awakenings from the enemy team to ensure that they also get KOs while also simultaneously adding value in size through Big Fish, and then the Reverberation giving CDR, which is essentially just more damage at the end of the day. So taking a look at everything that we have here, it's a pretty standard draft. Not sure if Sorcerer Supreme is gonna be able to recover though from how they performed, or their lack of awakening so far, I should say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not bad awakenings on Julie, but nothing that's going to help change the game for you. But I feel like everything on the side of Handless Dogs is going to be making their game a lot easier, is going to be making their game just that much harder to play against for the eBoy Entourage, as Nicky Minlin gets both barriers, and actually right around on the other side, Weston losing both barriers as well. Nicky Minlin now with the flip, putting out so much damage, not going to be able to score with it though. Still keeping offensive pressure. The good part about the Juno is that you can just keep that core control, like you said earlier, while also having so much damage and a great pass as well, winning 2 strike wars or something there, threading it through the needle to Nicky Minlin, who finds it in the top side, as they're happy about that one too. Great pass into the high 5. I mean, eBoy Entourage, I don't know what they're going to do here.
Yeah, they seem to be having trouble getting the ball up and then just executing on it, right? We can see how the Juliet is moving around, has not succeeded in any dash punch KOs. We saw them use the ultimate ability, and it did not really lead into a KO as well. And when Julie isn't having that sort of pressure, you kind of just stop respecting it as the enemy team, right? If you're not at a threat of being KO'd, then you start hugging the walls more, you start playing as if the Julie doesn't exist, and then the Julie starts really losing that value. And that's something that a lot of the top brawlers are able to get off, is not only their execution on the Juliet, but it is the pressure that changes how the other players end up walking around the map. So let's see if eBoy can come up, but right now it is Handless Dogs putting on the barrage over and over again, whether it's Nicky Minlin finding the kills, or just Flambeau just sending in these blobs over and over again that are getting insane value.
Insane value as we see it right there. The barrier going down to the Juno Slime, and now on the power play, just going to be ending, but they have core control. They have both barriers. They have everything they need to get this last point. Just need to get the core forward. First step. Flambeau has the opening, but cannot find it. But no, finds the Slime instead. IDK just lost track of the core, could not get a touch on it in time. And Mr. Flambeau puts it in right through the bottom side there. And I mean, if you're eBoy Entourage here, like you were saying earlier, you need to find a way to unlock this Juliet, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think the Era is doing a decent enough job here. If they manage to get some more speed, maybe a chrono boost or something along those lines, maybe another spark, they might be able to pop off. Era doesn't have that same pushing power as the core control power that the Juno does, but if you can get that Maelstrom in the right spot, hug it along the walls, and then have the core in front of it and just send it forward, you can usually end up with a barrier or a KO. So maybe we have to work through the Era a little bit here. But they are not allowing any opportunities from Handless Dogs. It is just constantly ball possession is with them. They are keeping it on the enemy's side, and whenever they make it over there for a play, it's either a KO or a barrier or a goal that's being taken. Oh my god, but there it is, finally! Let's go, Juliet!
Juliet finally getting that KO, but Nicki Minilin doing wonders right now. 1v3 in this corner, just stalling the entire time of Juno's death animation here, and there you go. Power play is over. Great job from the X to just keep it going for now as Weston finally loses a barrier here. The Juliet's starting to do a bit better, finding these corner plays, finding something here with that dash punch as well. But it feels like this Mako and this era just can't keep it forward very well comparatively to Handless Dogs, who, you know, I mean, it makes sense though if you think about it. I feel like the Atlas is kind of a goalie that specializes it and just kind of getting it away from you on the first touch, right? But Juliet, great job of keeping it with them, and a great strike war win on the bottom side, getting it right through everybody onto the bottom side there. I mean, Sorcerer Supreme trying to carry this game.
The 1v3 getting their first point here after 5 losses in a row definitely is going to be a motivation booster. Let's see if they can keep up the pressure. They don't actually have energy burst, and that might have, oh my goodness, I was not expecting that. An absolute decimation for E-Boy. Both forwards are gone, and now it's IDK actually with a phenomenal strike there to keep the core up. Might have enough time. The Juliet comes back up. They lose 1 barrier during that entire double power play, so not horrible, but what an insane way to go out for both brawlers. Spawned already and back down to essentially 25% stagger is Sorcerer Supreme hanging out there, taken out of the play, making Nicki Minilin getting the core, popping the energy burst, and then just sending it right through. So what a power play into goal execution there.
Yeah, I mean, double power play into both barriers, into basically almost another power play again. The X is completely unlocked with this spec and this big fish, and then now they have the access to maybe even more size. Yep, they're going to go with that build different. Juliet finally getting some size of their own to make the Mighty Colossus not completely useless. But I feel like this draft is just so incredibly hard because, yeah, the Era gets a second spark. Yeah, the Mako might get extra special or glass cannon here, but the Juno with prime time, with the double slime trainings as well, and the X just completely unlocked with size. I feel like it's just gotten even worse, and we're going to have to see maybe a miracle for E-Boy Entourage to pull this one through.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see the X pop, the X Maximus, because one of the issues that X ends up having is sometimes when you just smack someone with your ult, they just go too far and you can't chase them. But with all this size, you're not getting away from X ever. So I will say though, E-Boy starting off relatively strong here, even though the KO happened. It was a what is that, recovery drone KO. So Sorcerer Supreme did not actually get taken out of the play, although they do lose that effect for the whole set. They have the goal open, and they might be able to get the KO there using the redirect after the dash is sent it up to the top, and not reacting fast enough on that strike shot means that the first point of this set goes over to E-Boys.
I mean, Sorcerer Supreme, especially last set and then now this set with that goal, has been finding some options here and definitely a little bit of momentum for their team. But I feel like, as we're seeing right now, the overall momentum is just completely in the favor of Handless Dogs. As long as they keep control of the core for just a little bit, they have the damage, they have the space, they have everything really to do what they want with the core. That was a great tornado, but it's actually not going to matter. I think a missed strike there for Syrupy ends up putting it through on the top side, and a little bit of a mistake gonna tie this one up at 1-1.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was actually going to compliment that Era NATO as well. But now going into this point, let's see if they can continue what is oh my goodness. They had a little bit going forward. The dash punch whiffs, and the spin from X. The bell ringer is there to take the life away. No recovery drone available after that first point here, and the simple strike is all they need with these bounces, sending it perfectly right into the net. And what a quick second point, 15 seconds on the clock there, as we could be in the final point of this whole BO1.
Yeah, BO1 point here for the Handless Dogs. Let's see if they can, I guess, finish it off here. They have a lot of energy. They have the momentum pretty much this entire game. Forced to use the flip there is the X, though, but forces out the flip in return for the Era. So a little bit of an even trade, getting healed up by the Atlas as well. No barriers taken just quite yet, but the Juliet is looking incredibly low, and they might go down at any moment. The X, kind of waiting for cooldowns, I can tell, is hunting for it. We'll have to see if a KO comes through here. Not going to be too much as the bell ringer does not go through. But Mr. Flambeau actually getting both barriers here, and now IDK is in trouble. E-Boy Entourage need to do something. They're getting ran down, walked down slowly. Weston using the flip, but not really going to be getting anything from it. EX almost finding that KO on the bottom side on Julie, but a great save as well from Mako to keep that out for now. The Handless Dogs slowed down, but they still have a barrier. They still basically have possession of the core here. And now Mako needs to put in work on this defense. Syrupy, no, a misstrike on the middle is just going to be putting it slightly too far down, and IDK is just not there in time. The Handless Dogs are going to be taking this first quarterfinal in the top 16 pretty handily.
Yeah, and that means that they'll be going over to semifinals, which is a match that can determine if they'll be in liftoff or not. Their opponents of this next game will be Heavy Metal Gundam, who have just taken down Tokyo Blade in their previous quarterfinal match. So that was the match that was happening while we were playing this one out. So Heavy Metal Gundam consists of Zay Forever, Hungry Boy, Tragic, and Drew potentially as the emergency sub there. So that is the first semifinal map that is ready. I just need confirmation if that is the match that we will be covering next, or if there is another match.
I believe we're going Wochill's Dynasty Party. Yeah, we're going to Wochill's Dynasty Party, the other quarterfinal match on the opposite side. Semifinals are going to have to wait a little bit, everybody, and I think the team should be ready, but I'm not sure. We might be going to a little quick break here just for everyone to catch their breath as the teams kind of figure out their maps, figure out their picks, and for us to get into the lobby as well. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere for this next match. Welcome back, everybody. Quick break. I told you, as I promised, but we got a little bit of a banger for you. Little quarterfinal match here. It's going to be Dynasty Party versus Woe Chills. And me, as a former Woe Chills member, very temporary member, but still a member all the same. I got the proof right here. The 3D printed mom boots that I think Cakes gave me at the LAN. So that is proof in the pudding. There's the badge, the Woe Chills badge. So I'm ready to talk about them. And I'm excited because I actually haven't seen them play with Ken Clam yet. And I think I've heard some rumors that ZZZ is going to be playing a lot of X here, which is the old ZZZ Classic. And I'm pretty excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the draft here, it's Happy Star Aerials on Amy Zap. And we were just given some knowledge from Asaya, who's been keeping tabs, that Era X seems to be way more common on Woe Chills now with this current roster setup. So taking a look, I am surprised to see this in general. Era X is something we don't see often at all. Oh, taking a look at I see the cat. Oh, what a nice picture.
It's the candle head.
But yeah, we don't see Era X at all on Amy Zap. It's definitely one of the more underrated. I don't want to say underrated. It's definitely way less common than some of the other picks here. We tend to see more of the midfield characters like Now, Juno, Rune, Amy, and almost no Era play whatsoever. So I want to see if this synergy of Era X ends up coming to fruition on this map, or if the other side of Dynasty will take it down with the Estelle Julie forward combination.
Hey, well, lucky for you, they also have the Juno, but it's a net as the Cake specials coming through. Juno not banned away. It will be going up here in, which I actually think Juno goalie on this map is pretty good. Range goalie is definitely a big fan of on this map. And then for Dynasty Party, they're running probably the oldest comp in the game, the Dubu Juliet Estelle. This is probably the most popular competitive team comp, I guess, since beta. So already getting started here, the Juliet finding a dash punch, Swaghaver wasting absolutely zero time, already starting off the game with a bang, and so is Estelle getting this barrier, and then Juliet here, Swaghaver finishing it with the Juliet ultimate. I mean, giving Woe Chills basically zero room to breathe.
Yeah, and props to Swaghaver there. That is a Slick Kicks Juliet, right? So that is no pummelers, no additional knockback coming through. That's just a raw dash punch getting the KO from the edge, which means that you gotta stay. You have a little bit more freeway or leeway on the enemy team, but Juliet has that KO power, and if you play it correctly, the Slick Kicks will help you position better to then either get those KOs or lead into a point, which Jack Limestone, phenomenal play there, just setting himself up and getting the shot onto the top pocket.
Yeah, I do think the Julie Estelle is actually pretty good into the Juno goalie, because Juno usually, with the slime and the jump, kind of gets rid of one clear attempt and then can play forward for a little while. But the Dubu shuts down that forward pressure usually pretty easy, especially against an X. Pretty easy matchup for the Dubu there. And then the Estelle Julie can just apply non-stop pressure against this Juno, as we're seeing right here. Barrier already going down here. Cakes needs to put in overtime, but it's too late because Juliet has the flip in the corner, and they're going to be taking the first set in less than a minute.
That might have been one of the fastest set ones I've ever seen displayed here. And this is unlike the previous match where the seeding differences were over, like, I mean, it was a difference of like 15 seeds. This is seed 5 versus seed 4, but it's not looking like it. And currently the lower seed is the one with the advantage here. And props to how much the forwards played there. I think Jack Limestone and Swaghaver were constantly swapping on and off in terms of who's applying pressure on the KOs versus who's applying pressure on the net. And now they're being rewarded with pancakes onto Jack Limestone there, one-two punch well on the Julie, and then
Super Surge Dubu!
Super Surge Dubu.
Yeah, Super Surge Dubu. Not the best at goal, but, you know, it's definitely one of my favorites for the Dubu forward. And I think the reason we're seeing a lot of success here in such a quick offense for Dynasty Party is that just the team comps, right? I feel like Era X thrives on maps where you can just permanently, as Era, cut the pass. But on this map, you can't really ever cut the pass, because if you stand in the passing lane, you're standing close to death in the death zone with the Amy Zap middle hole there. The Estelle that can kind of 1-2 punch you, the Juliet that can 1-2 punch you. It's pretty dangerous, but they find a little bit of room here in the offensive side, get the barrier. They get Estelle a tread incredibly low. ZZZ trying to switch his pressure onto the Estelle just to get a little bit of an easier time for his Era, which seems to be working, but Estelle gets a little bit of breathing room, and that's all she really needs. Juno caught with nothing in the goal. just putting it in with the piercing shot.
Yeah, and one of the benefits of the Estelle is you can kind of play... Estelle is the most brawler midfield in the sense where Estelle has so much scoring pressure that it takes away some of that pressure from your brawler, and the brawler can then choose to do other stuff as well. We just saw there Jack Limestone, unfortunately, having it be sent around the back there, wasn't able to get the barrier on that attempt. But just jumping in, seeing an opportunity to secure a something, whether it's a barrier or a goal or a KO, and can play off that. But while I gave him the praise the entire time, we saw Asianator get knocked out of his goal by ZZZ, doing what ZZZ does best. Barrier dropped, and then finally the first point going over to WoChills.
It's a siphoning one game, ladies and gentlemen. The X going to be putting in a lot of damage if he can get just a little bit of time, which that point definitely got enough to put in enough pressure there, and also has the prize fighter. So if the X manages to get a kill here, this could start to look a little bit scary for Dynasty Party, but they're starting to fight back here. The Dubu rolling on with the Super Surge, and the Estelle going to be putting in a little bit of pressure, but the Juliet is incredibly low with the flip. Needs to look to burn it, trying to get the KO on to ZZZ here, but it seems like they have a little bit of a stalemate. The flip is kept for now, but should have used it as the Era Beam, going to be taking away the Juliet, and now it's a power play for WoChills, who put it to the top side here. Era and X both trying to create something, but it's going to be so hard because the Dubu and the Estelle both basically have this core flip ready. Nothing going to be used for now, as the Exel going to be getting double flipped. The Era going to be getting trapped in the corner. Might go down here anytime as the X goes down as well. KenClam manages to live for now, as Cake's pretty much left alone now for the next couple seconds. Has to use that flip in order to save it, and a great clear from Cakes. Going to be saving this for now, and somehow no barriers are gone, and as I say that, Cakes losing his just at that last second.
Yeah, and then ZZZ, because of that KO, loses that prize fighter, will have less power here as they go into this next offense. Both barriers drop, though. WoChills has the opportunity here to score if they can manage to get it up, but unlike the scoring prowess, or I should say the scoring potential, oh my goodness, Swagger with a great KO, is looking for the dribble, looking for the flip. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Stops it, uses the slime there to kind of stop the dribble for him, like a little Zentaro primary, and then shoots it into the bottom corner onto Cakes. But the point that I was making before is that the difference in scoring strategy between these teams is it very heavily relies on ZZZ or Cakes to walk up in order to score. Whereas here, the moment Swaghaver breaks something or opens the net, Jack Limestone can just jump in with that aerials and that additional movement speed and score whenever he sees an opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. WoChills, bit of a pressure cooker. They need to have a lot of pressure in order to get these goals. They managed to find it in the corner there to get enough space to get that goal here, but it is still a power play for them. Going to be going down finally as KenClam comes right back up on the Era. Estelle using that blink. Juliet here in the perfect spot for this barrier, but can't quite find it, but managed to get the strike at the last second. Jack Limestone needs to be careful, as the core is for WoChills on offense here. Dubu has to use the flip in order to get it out for now, but the Juliet 1v1 against this Juno is not something we want to see. We've been seeing it go bad all day, as the flip forced out of Cakes. Now, to save that ball is needed, and Juliet is actually the one that goes down here, getting KO'd, and the X in the corner taking out the Dubu. It's going to be a 1v3, and Jack Limestone can't really do much. He has no cooldowns, as the Era just puts it in from the pass on the slime. WoChills is starting to find their way back into this game.
That is a big swing. That is 23 power times 2 going over to ZZZ for getting the 2 kills onto both Swaghaver and Asianator. Now going into the set, we have way more power on ZZZ. Thankfully, a good save from Jack Limestone keeps that barrier alive, but not alive long enough, as Asianator is getting beaten down. Might die to the energy burst, and there it is. Energy burst scales with power. Remember, gentlemen, it scales with everything. So going into this next play, let's see if they can manage to keep it up. But no, the slime prevails over the Juliet, and now what a reverse sweep. They got the first point there, but then lost 2 immediately after. It was looking a little bit down once again, and they just came right back from those last 2 points.
Yeah, managing to come back there. Really good play from Cakes there as well. To actually isolate the Juliet there on the Juno. Juno pretty much always wins that midfield matchup and will be rewarded for that good play with the rapid fire. And let's see here. Got the spec deny on the Dubu here. Mystic, I'm gonna have you take it away. Some dogs are going crazy in the background. I need to close my window.
Well, we just had handless dogs in the other match, so calm down there, Jordan. But taking a look over here at the rest of the draft, Adrenaline Rush, ZZZ is picking that up. We saw the KOs that he got from the last set he's stacking all the way from 0 back up to 3 prize fighters, which means that he will get, oh my goodness, Jack Limestone with a phenomenal KO going for the Quangle there onto the middle. A nice set of abilities gets them this power play over here, but is it enough to break the barrier as Ken Clam and Cakes do their best to hold it down? Barrier is taken, and now Jack Limestone coming back around, trying to get a good strike shot from Agent secures the possession here, and another KO coming through. 2 KOs for Jack as the recovery drone is popped for Swag Haver, which means no prize fighter going over to ZZZ, who is back down to 0, and they have the scoring opportunity here. Missed abilities, unfortunately, not going to allow it to go through. Piercing shot plus the thorns do not make it, but a strike does.
Strike finding its way just through the needle, not quite able to be saved by Cakes there. Even with the mom boots, not quite enough, which is a surprise there. Usually he'd get to those balls, but pretty decent point, I think, from Mochills overall. They managed to come back after getting kind of double Estelle KO'd early on, so definitely not over for them just yet, as the Arab and the Juno bringing up the corner right up to the X behind the barrier here. The Dubu with the roll not quite going to be working out, and the X with X Maximus going to basically just be a sealed deal there. Estelle can't really do much as they have so much energy as well for this next point. I feel like Wochills is kind of on a rampage.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Agent missing that roll meant the end of that point immediately led to the barrier, and then the point being secured as ZZZ rushes in as the X Maximus pops one, almost gets the other one, will most likely get this one too, is trying to set it up, and there it is, the bull rush coming through. That is the adrenaline rush giving him the cooldowns that he needs, is pushing Agent out of the way. They might get the KO onto him as he's back down to pretty much an 8th health. Has energy enough, and thankfully he did not get energy burst, but it does not matter here. I was gonna say if Agent got energy burst, would have had to blow that, plus most likely gotten KO'd there. And this is the type of composition that scales towards the later end of the series of the game, right? As the awakening come through, we're seeing the power of this X3 prize fighter adrenaline rush, siphoning one, extra special coming through, the era enhanced, giving the powers, Cakes walking up, throwing the slimes down. Borg, this is what Wochills wanted.
This is exactly what Wochills wants. I was talking about how their comp is basically a pressure cooker, and with them winning that last set, it allowed them to get the awakenings they needed, the adrenaline rush, the prize fighter, everything they needed for ZZZ to start cooking, baby. They're turning coal right into diamonds, getting 2 KOs and getting 3 points, securing this 3rd set.
Yeah, and they're going to be rewarded again. Let's see what they end up picking up here. Taking a look at the draft here. I mean, Castellas available for the X or the Era to take there. Besides that, Stinger is up too. I mean, there's still quite a bit of damage coming up. We have Twin Drive as well. There's so many things that we can take. I'm not sure. I think if you're Cakes, you probably just leave everything up and then have your X and Era take first. Oh, ZZZ opting in for the Stinger is going to get rewarded. Most likely the Castellas. Oh, no, going for even more size onto the X.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is funnel everything into ZZZ comp right now. And let's see if they can continue the rampage for one more set.
I think the biggest thing, though, is actually Cake sitting at Twin Drive, especially because he doesn't run Eject. I feel like having that extra secondary just to help with defense and to keep the pressure up is so important for Cakes to just keep this going defensively. Now, Dynasty Party are definitely not out of this yet. If they can spread out the field a little bit, keep core control a little bit better, kind of let the Dubu fend for himself maybe a little bit, because I think the biggest thing here that we're seeing right now is that ZZZ is not just beating up one person, he's beating up multiple people as the adrenaline rush gets the double KO. He gets the 3rd KO there, and the 4th technically with the adrenaline. Oh my goodness, ZZZ is killing everybody as he just takes the goal as well, dinging level 8. Dude, what else do you need? Oh my goodness, the X is popping off.
I mean, I was gonna say the counterplay to this is you just can't let ZZZ stack up on prize fighters as long as possible, because once it's up,
there that
that's
goes.
it. And we have all of his cooldowns are most likely back up anyways because the adrenaline rush. Oh, and a beautiful Maelstrom there sets it up for ZZZ as Jack Limestone has to dip out, but the double kill with a single bell ringer. Oh no, this is a ZZZ masterclass.
Oh my goodness, I was just talking about it. I'm so excited when I see ZZZX. It's one of the oldest. It's one of the oldest tricks in his book, but no one has learned, it seems, after all this time, after all these years. You don't let him get adrenaline rush. You don't let him get prize fighter. They gave him everything he needed, and now he is taking away the game from them. It's definitely not over yet as the Dubu now manages to survive for a little bit. They get the barrier as well. Julia and Estelle both looking incredibly low. The Dubu as well. They need to find a goal, and they need to find it now, as it is BO1 series point for Dubu Party, who
and there it is.
It's going to end with a little bit of a whimper there, as ZZZ finds the stray core in the top side, putting it right through and putting away their ticket right into the winners semifinals for their chance to qualify for liftoff.
Yeah, I mean, that is winner semi, so it's not over yet for Dynasty. They still have another shot there on the loser side if they can make their way all the way over through the loser's run. But sitting in the that was quarterfinals, right? So now sitting in the semifinals is going to be Woe Chills versus BSB, who is going to be the team of Bertram, Taco, and Josh, period, not Grimella Josh. And then on the other hand, we have Heavy Metal Gundam alongside Handless Dogs, which was our previous winners from the earlier quarterfinals.
I mean, I'm still a little bit in awe of what just happened there. I mean, I haven't seen X KOs with like that type of X play in so long. I feel like X is kind of like he gets beat up throughout the entire game, and then he gets enough stagger to survive, and he kind of hit stuns his way through to win. But no, he was just destroying everyone, taking their lives from them in
a simpler
swift
time.
fashion. Oh, simple time, and we're back to it. I love it because, I mean, there was counterplay. They didn't have to let him get prize fighter there. They didn't have to give him adrenaline rush there. I mean, they could have won the second set as well. I think Dynasty Party definitely had a good shot at winning that second set, but just great plays from Woe Chills managed to secure that second set. Kind of won them that game. Getting them that draft was so incredibly important. And funny enough, after literally the fastest first set of all time from Dynasty Party, they still managed to lose after that. So Dynasty Party definitely looked pretty good overall, even though they just kind of got a bit scaled from the X. So I would give them a good shot for qualifying for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But Woe Chills, I mean, they're the ones that have the next chance now. I think I said it before, but I said it wrong. They punched their ticket to the semifinals against BSB. And I'm not sure which game we're going to be streaming first. I think it will be the Heavy Metal Gundam versus Handless Dog, since they've been waiting a little bit longer here. But we will be seeing that one very shortly. And we will be seeing the next game, which I believe is the Heavy Metal Gundam versus Handless Dogs next after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Actually, take a little bathroom break. Do what you need to do. I'm going to go grab some water, but we'll see you guys very soon, right after this break.
Hydrate.
Another quick break, and welcome back. And we probably are going to have one of the closer games, in my opinion, of this Launchpad. Winner does go straight through to liftoff. Loser has to go through at least one or two more games in order to make it right through again. We have Handless Dogs versus Heavy Metal Gundam. I'm Borg, as always, and I'm still here with Mystic. Mystic, what is your feelings? What's your vibes for this matchup? Who do you think is going to be taking it? Who has the edge?
Well, at least Handless Dogs I know have been playing consistently in these few tournaments in the past, right? The TVT, the previous Launchpad. Heavy Metal Gundam, in terms of just individual player skill, I feel like has the advantage here, and that's why they have the higher seeding. But I want to see if the synergy of Handless Dogs works better than at least Heavy Metal Gundam. I'm not sure how much behind the scenes practice they've had. If they have been scrimming, I think I'm going to favor them, but in terms of my experience, I'm rooting for the Handless Dogs after all the matches that we've gone against them.
Well, they were supposed to scrim last night, and I was supposed to fill for Brawler, but let's just say 7 p.m. scrims got canceled. I had a tournament I had to do, and I forgot to let them know. So my bad. Scrim. So if Heavy Metal Gundam loses this, it's my bad. That's all I'm going to say. But we'll see if that is the case or not as we're getting right into this game on Taiko Temple. Handless Dogs love this map. Wouldn't be surprised if they were the ones that picked it. It's going to be a Deadeye might start. So we might be seeing some KOs here. We're going to see Asher Band and Atlas Band. So maybe a little bit more fun match as the Heavy Metal Gundam. I'm liking this comp right now. The Rasmus forward, rather, with the Luna goalie and the Vice midfield up against the Dubu Rune X. Handless Dogs love these types of comps, and we'll have to see how it fares against the explosiveness of the Luna Vice.
Yeah, and one thing that I'll note here is the rising popularity of the Luna Rune combo, which Handless Dogs, or I should say Heavy Metal Gundam, opted not to take. They took both. Oh my goodness, what a quick 15-second point. But going back to what I was saying is they opted in for the Vice Luna instead of the Rune Luna. So I'm not sure if that is just a preference there, or if that is either a lack of practice, or maybe they just don't think it's as good. But I thought I'd point that out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely would be a good deny, especially for Mr. Flambeau, who is so good at that rune, so practiced at that rune. But one thing I do know is that Hungry Boy, not sure if they play the rune, but I do know they love, especially right now, this Vice midfield, especially with this Deadeye, and they're running the siphoning one too. They're going full damage here with this Luna Deadeye. They want to be killing people as Nikki Minolin almost gets taken off, but is managing to get this orb and survive for now. The Vice Primer going to keep them low as long as possible, but Zay Forever is just keeping in the corner, but Weston doing basically everything, keeping Zay out of his barriers as long as possible, but the damage just keeps racking up. It's only a matter of time before somebody goes down, and will that somebody, who is it gonna be? The Banish coming through, getting Hungry Boy a little bit low as well, but Hungry Boy managing to find just the straight up primary KO, but Nikki Minolin finds the return KO right on to back to Hungry Boy, who had the flip, so that's a huge KO in order to stabilize things here, Mystic.
Yeah, and might get taken out as well as the second barrier drops from the power play, or I should say it wasn't even a power play, it was just 2v2 in that exact moment here. But we can see, even though the defense from Weston is looking really good, oh my god, bounce around the whole world there, X. But the defense is looking really good from Dogs, but at the same time, we can see the attrition coming through from Heavy Metal, right? They're constantly chipping down, they're constantly getting the KOs, and eventually it's going to lead to this situation where it's just too much damage, not enough elusives available, no energy at all to use, and something is going to give.
Something's going to give, and if it wasn't the core there, it would have been Weston's life if that Vice Primary hit him, but ended up scoring instead. So great play from Hungry Boy there to kind of checkmate him into that corner. Banish coming through here, going to be KOing Zay, but no, actually, the Taiko Drum going to be saving Zay Forever for now. The Taiko Drum as well, keeping him alive for now, but all he's really doing is getting knocked straight back out into his own side and gets KO'd into his own goal box. Nikki Minolin, great combos there with the Exol into the X Primary in order to secure that goodbye. KO. The Luna Ultimate and the Luna Dash going to be taking away Nikki Minolin now, and it's a power play for Heavy Metal Gundam. Mr. Flambeau looking incredibly low as well, and this is the damage we were talking about. This is the pressure we were talking about from Heavy Metal Gundam as they get another KO, but Nikki Minolin back online, as it is still going to be pretty much a perpetual 2v3, as Tragic just keeps laying down these rockets, keeps laying down these boosts. There's basically no rest for Endless Dogs, who lose their second barrier, and Zay Forever trying to put the nail in the coffin Needs to be careful himself, though, as Nicky Minolan has shown to find these KOs before and might find them again. Great Log going to be saving things for now. It's only a matter of time in this comp for Handless Dogs to be getting KO'd and to be giving away this goal, so they need to find something now. They need to find the second barrier, and a Great Pillar is going to be doing just that, as Mr. Flambeau on the Rune definitely playing incredibly well, trying to keep this game alive for them, as they forever trying to make something happen on that bottom side. Tragic onto Nicky Minolan, rather, almost finding the KO, and a Great Lunal going to be denying the energy there from this X. And so much is happening, but I feel like the goal is just not happening. But Mr. Flambeau again with the Pillar, going to be finding that banish into Pillar, into that bottom side shot. Tragic just was not ready for it, and I mean, Handless Dogs managed to find that point.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Flambeau is doing everything and anything he can to keep the core up. And right now, with how X kind of scales as the game progresses here, X is relatively weak. Oh my goodness, what the fully charged Supernova. Vaughn yelling at the top of his lungs there if you have that on. But gets the KO on the top there. Mr. Flambeau taken out, who was kind of the playmaker in these early points. Let's see if they can return back and make keep it going. But Weston is looking really low there. Gets stopped by the anomaly. Weston trying to just recharge his HP as much as possible. But a great banish gets the stagger going up. But you can see the way Zay is playing, looking for an opportunity to get the KO on the Death Touch or either the pendulum swing here. And now Nicky Minolan finally returned. Not a good anomaly is going to kind of block off that defensive option here, and we are seeing the attrition come through once again. And I think it's really on Mr. Flambeau here to score, because right now Nicky Minolan doesn't have the resources, and unfortunately it's not going to happen just yet, as this point's going to go right back over to Heavy Metal.
I mean, every point's kind of looking the same. It feels like Heavy Metal Gundam just have the pressure. They have kind of the ball in their court the entire time, and it seems like it's up to them whether they lose or win, whether they can find the pressure or whether they, you know, get outplayed by the Rune Banish, or maybe X finds a random KO here. One thing that I think would help them is if they can keep the pressure onto Weston a bit better. I feel like if you can take the Dubu off the pitch, kind of the whole picture comes apart for Handless Dogs, who is doing a great job at keeping the pressure up onto the other brawler. Now, Zay forever looking incredibly low here. The Dubu trying to find the KO, but not quite going to be getting it yet, as the X and the Rune going to be getting great corner pressure, getting that barrier, but losing Nicky Minolan's life in return for it. So if the Dubu can hold here, this would be worth 4 seconds, and we'll have to see. Loses one barrier, Zay forever gets the second one. It's going to be an even game now. No one is dead so far, as Nicky Minolan comes back online. The Banish coming through onto the Rune and going to be going down. No, actually the Vice managing to live, but the Core going right past Tragic on the top side. I think Weston got the credit for that one, as he's been playing well all set, and he gets rewarded with the first pick as well.
I'm honestly surprised. I wasn't paying attention to the Core. I just assumed that was going to come right back. I was taking a look to see if Hungry Boy got taken off the map or not there. But rewarded they are. We still have the EXP advantage over for Heavy Metal, so they're going to get the double pick here on pick 2 and 3. So Twin Drive is going to go over to Tragic, and then Reverberation, which is both a CDR for more damage and also a deny away from the enemy team to prevent them from coming back anymore. But relatively pretty decent picks for everyone, if I do say so. We have a Spark picked up on Nicky Minolan, who is still just kind of needs levels to get back into the game, right? Has a low stagger pool early on where they can't do as much. We talked about this in a previous match where X kind of just exists, gets bullied all game, and then eventually gets to the point where they can participate again. And this is that type of game for X.
Yeah, X definitely waiting for their turn kind of in this game. But Nicky Minolan's been doing a great job at kind of staying involved as long as possible, even without kind of the best awakening so far. And with that Spark, might be seeing a little bit more action later on in this game. But that's if they can survive, as they're still just getting taken off. Mr. Flambeau finally respawning now. But Zay forever now going to be the one getting bullied, battling out against Nicky Minolan, and again teeing up the Vice Supernova for the KO onto the X. Now hunting for this last barrier. Weston just not have enough abilities in order to save this one. Rate of Aid trying to do something, trying to keep it out for now as the power play has come to an end. But Tragic just has basically every cooldown and one barrier to still stand with that Twin Drive on the Luna. Is kind of just sitting pretty here, taking out Weston now with the Vice Primary, puts it right past Nicky Minolan, as Zay forever who gets the credit for that goal. And Handless Dogs, I mean, seems like they have a little bit of life, but it's so hard for them to play every single point. I am not envious of them right now.
Yeah, and with the current defensive options in the Awakening, oh my goodness, the immediate on-spawn get KO'd from the Luna boost plus Rocket, and then Zay Forever that was there as well. I mean, everyone was there ready to participate in that point, but a great banish prevents the Supernova from going off here. Hungry Boy out of elusive, out of abilities as well, as running back as much as possible. The Siphoning Wand, honestly, the Siphoning Wand saved him there. I believe that if he didn't get that stagger back, the pillar would have taken them out. But another KO, I didn't even pay attention to that. They're down another man. Weston is also going to get taken off by the boost from the Luna, who has the twin drive. Most likely has another one to participate in this play here. The ultimate comes out. The rocket comes through. Not enough, as Zay Forever is just trying to get the damage onto Nicky Miniland. Most likely, yeah, can just take him out with a single ability, as we are hunting for characters here and not for goals. As that seems to be the current motto of Heavy Metal Gundam.
Heavy Metal Gundam, I mean, kind of, you know, playing pretty intimidating, as their name suggests. Zay Forever now trying to find that goal maybe, but no, all the damage is still getting put through. But a great evade from Weston, going to be saving a lot of that, and a great save as well coming through this Dubu with the size, finding so much here in order to keep the core out of their net, buying so much time for their team to cook. But sadly, there's not much cooking to be had, as the Strike War getting lost from Nicky Middle and Zay Forever. Great speed, great play there on the Strike War into the top side. It feels like, you know, they're trying to come back into this game. They did not mean to lose that first set, and now that they have a little bit more damage, they have that twin drive on the Luna. They're primed and ready for it.
Yeah, and they have essentially two full levels on every single person. At least Mr. Flambeau got that that banish off to prevent the Supernova, but even then, it does not matter, as Mr. Flambeau is just sitting back waiting for the stagger to come through to get unstaggered. Finally gets it. One barrier as the anomaly comes in, and Nicky Millen finally participating as the X, not getting bullied for this second. But we can see how far, like, the way the damage is playing out is not only do they have to survive, but they have to participate in the play somehow. So if they're not KO'd, sometimes it's as if they're KO'd anyways, with how far back and how out of the map they have to play, essentially.
Yeah, definitely tough for them, but not tough at all right now. If you can find KOs like that, Nicky Miniland managing to keep things alive as they're finding that XKO onto Hungry Boy. Tragic now forced to use that Luna ult and basically everything in order to survive for now, but they should be okay as the flip comes through for Tragic, and a great boost keeping things away from Flambeau's hands for now. So Handless Dogs finding some breathing room, but still not quite finding the goal, as Nicky Miniland has a chance there, but not quite able to have it as Hungry Boy puts it in. But a great flip from Nicky Miniland on the goal line, going to be putting it right towards Tragic. Pretty hard to save that one there, as the X puts it through, and Handless Dogs keeping their chances alive from this set.
And that KO onto Hungry Boy was massive, getting essentially 2 levels worth of EXP out of it. Nicky Miniland got so much stagger, but it does, I'm not sure if it matters at this point. A great banish comes through, but no way to capitalize onto it, right? We aren't able to get the KOs, as these banishes are coming more out of fear of dying rather than a way to set up a play. And we're not seeing the core kind of progress forward as the Death Touch comes through, but a bounce off the taiko drum saves Nicky Miniland, as Zay Forever is just going to keep barraging him to see if any additional damage can take them out. Oh, Zay Forever might get taken out here, but I'm not sure if the damage comes through. Enough hit stun actually protects Zay. And now that means it's a 3-on-1 against Weston, as one barrier might fall immediately. One barrier does. The second barrier falls. Looking for the play. Death Touch onto the Luna nuke as the Supernova comes out. A super banish from Mr. Flambeau keeps the play alive. But can Hungry Boy score with his energy burst here? And it is the power cord coming through that will protect the set going over to Heavy Metal Gundam. But there was a chance there. I thought Mr. Flambeau had a phenomenal banish on that point.
Yeah, Mr. Flambeau found a great banish, but one thing I want to talk about with Heavy Metal Gundam's comp, I think you kind of brought it up earlier, is not only do they have the heavy damage from the Vice and the Luna, but the Rasmus forward, especially with that speed from the Super Surge as well, going to be helping a little bit, keeps the core control, I guess, kind of glues the comp together, right? We saw in that power play, they got the 2 KOs, but it was kind of hard for them to work around the Dubu there, but a great play from the Rasmus and just great core control whenever to keep that core on offense allows them to keep that core and to kind of get both barriers here. And I mean, take a look at this draft though. X does get spec and Dubu does get missile prop. Everyone kind of gets what they want here, but sadly, I feel like what Heavy Metal Gundam wants is more death, and there's not really much that Handless Dogs got to deny that from them. So I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a bit of a bloodbath this set.
Yeah, another great banish comes through as Hungry. Oh my goodness, a K onto Zay Forever, which means the prize fighter is now taken down a notch, back down to 0, out of an awakening for now, as one more barrier drops. Barriers are wide open, or gold gates are wide open, as we're looking for a play between the 2 forwards here. on dogs, but they're not able to find it. Hungry Boy is looking pretty low. You might want to capitalize on that if you can, or at least not allow him to get that health orb, but unfortunately does not go through. Hungry Boy back into play as Mr. Flambeau is looking for a pass down there. Mr. Flambeau, you cannot be there. You got to participate in the defense at the moment. Let's see if the pillars can come through. A banish comes through onto Zay Forever, unable to find it as the secondary from X is not going to land and then taken out immediately. Let's see if maybe we can get some stacks onto Mr. Flambeau so that he can make some more plays, but it might not go long enough with how these points are going.
Yeah, it might not go long enough. He gets the 41 stacks there, but the points are going to have to go a little bit longer than that, and Mr. Flambeau as well is going to have to avoid getting KO'd over and over again, which might be very hard as he has no energy, and the Luna does have the extra special and is going to be getting taken out immediately as I say it. Who could have seen it coming? The Luna nuke going to be doing wonders, but so is Nicky Minolin with that specialized training on the X. Going to be taking out Hungry Boy right away, and now it's a 2v2, and soon to be a 3v2 for a couple seconds as Handless Dogs just by the skin of their teeth holding on to this matchup, which should just be so incredibly difficult for them. Banish now coming through onto Luna, not going to be doing too much as Hungry Boy back again, putting up the pressure. And Mr. Flambeau kind of just trying to do everything here in terms of the core control, but it seems to be a little bit too difficult as it feels like there's just a power play every like 20 seconds minimum for Heavy Metal Gundam here, who are struggling to get this last barrier though. Weston with the supersized Dubu here with the Pauldrons, definitely not having an easy time getting this barrier as Nicky Minolin getting a great ultimate X Maximus here on Tuesday Forever, getting him incredibly low, but I don't think it's going to be amounting to much as Mr. Flambeau incredibly low, but a great banish onto Hungry Boy with the Supernova, going to be keeping things alive for now, and they're managing to survive kind of better than before. And getting that last barrier is Handless Dogs, who have basically had almost no control all game, but they managed to keep the barrier with the heroics of Weston. But now it's another power play for Heavy Metal Gundam, who finally grab that last barrier, who finally have all the tools in their kit in order to maybe get this goal. And there it is, the pass into the top shot there from Zay Forever. Gonna be going over to Heavy Metal Gundam, who are now on set point.
Yeah, and then another kickoff they're gonna have to survive as Tragic is gonna start off with the Deadeye extra special there. Damage coming through. Mr. Flambeau stuck, has the banish thankfully to stop that Supernova once again, but has no elusive left, no energy available to participate. Has to get both orbs and manages to do that before Zay hunts him down like this is a Dead by Daylight. It's looking tough for Handless Dogs here. Energy Burst comes through, a good KO onto Zay, manages to get the energy completely gone and the play back in as Mr. Flambeau got the EXP that he needed to level up a little bit more. And let's see if they can use this power play, but power play gone as Tragic comes through with the boost and now has energy and most likely a second boost to follow up here. Looking for another play. This is point game, or I should say, sorry, set point here as the constant advantage going over to Heavy Metal. They're just walking around hunting for these KOs board.
Hunting for these KOs, and Mr. Flambeau is next on that list. Might keep taken down very soon as the boost comes in, but a great orb take there, going to be keeping Mr. Flambeau alive for now, but the barrier is the thing that goes down here. Weston not going to be able to get it, but actually the Log, I'm pretty sure, managing to secure that last barrier for Handless Dogs, who managing to unlock the goal gates on the offensive side again for another point. But let's see if they can put it in. But as look at that, Zay Forever somehow through all the hit stun finds that bottom corner and puts it in. Weston kind of nowhere to be seen. And it's third set of the game going over to Heavy Metal Gundam. We'll have to see what comes up here in the draft. And there it is, the heavy impact for the Vice. This is about to get very messy.
Yeah, and even with the recovery drone and Stagger Swagger available and the Spark of Resale, it might not be enough. Actually, not going for the heavy impact, opting in more for, hey, we have enough damage right now. We don't really need any more damage to get the KOs, so let's just deny them any defensive tools that are possible, right? And Zay Forever taking the only other defensive option there besides the Spark of Resale on the recovery drone, which is size and power on this Rasmus. We do see the 1-2 punch going over to Mr. Flambeau, which is a deny away for the damage, but like I said before, they have all the damage they need. Nothing is going to stop them in that exact situation, but at least Nicky Minolin approaching the 3k stagger mark with that Spark of Resale and Spark of Focus there, and maybe the extra CDR that they get will lead to them getting either more KOs or more attempts on the net, as we're already seeing two barriers drop.
Two barriers dropping already. One thing to note is that Mr. Flambeau did get the 1-2 punch on to the rune, so if the core keeps hitting these pillars, it's going to start getting really, really fast, or if we see a banish come through, the KO potential from that banish is going to be a lot easier now, as we see just a random little goal there off the center there. Mr. Flambeau, great redirect onto the middle, going to be bouncing straight into the goal. Tragic not quite there in time, and I'm gonna be honest, Mystic, I don't know how much I like this Stagger Swagger. Yeah, they have enough damage, but I feel like Stagger Swagger, when you're one-shotting the enemy anyway, isn't gonna matter too much, and you're allowing them kind of to just live a little bit longer now by keeping your Vice kind of hamstrung without getting heavy impact. I feel like that's a mistake, but we'll have to see, as the ball is still in their court, still on the enemy side here. Heavy Metal Gundam definitely still have a lot of potential to win this game here, but still cannot quite get that last barrier. And yet again, the Dubu holding and also managing to keep this, I mean, offense, or rather defense, alive. I can't believe it. The Dubu is doing so much.
Dubu's finally, I mean, everyone is level 10. They have as much stagger as they possibly can get, and if Nicky Millen manages to get another set win into a spark, that might end up leading to the game getting out of hand completely. But we do see the KO come out onto Flambeau, stacks a reset. That'll slow things down a little bit on the side of Dog. But Nicky Millen has pretty much full energy. You can see that's another big difference as well, is the energy burst economy is looking much better for Handless Dogs, as they don't need to evade as much since they have so much more stagger available. Oh my goodness, a great pillar, but also a great deny from Tragic at the same time. The KO coming through. I mean, we're seeing the KOs, but does that matter? This is the 1-2 punch you mentioned on the rune, right? Overtime 1-2 punch rune. Just a little bit of dribble play, no pillar necessary, or just goes too fast, spots the Golden Gates field goal between both Tragic and I think Hungry Boy were there. Sends it right through.
Sends it right through, and with that 1-2 punch, I don't think that's really going in here. And as we see, Heavy Metal Gundam finds the pressure again, but I feel like the tools now that have been unlocked for Handless Dogs allow them to kind of find more to work with here, but Zay Forever trying to put it all stop to that, even though he's low, even though he's getting hit stun, finds both the goal barriers here and finds the KO onto Mr. Flambeau, which I believe is definitely the key to victory. KO the rune, and you basically have nothing to worry about, but they're about to do more than that. They're about to KO the Dubu as well. Here comes the boost flying in here. Here comes a core flip as well, but no, all the hook, the death touch is really all they're going to need, and a great placement on the strike there from Tragic. Core flip right through, avoiding the pillar and avoiding Mr. Flambeau himself. Heavy Metal Gundam are not done yet.
I mean, one thing in the favor of Dogs is that there was 2 energy bursts pretty much pop right there. You can see both Hungry Boy and Tragic have absolutely nothing available to them anymore. Although Zay Forever does have full prize fighter stacks. Oh my goodness, Tragic actually just saved Zay's life there as Flambeau went for the banished pillar play to KO Zay. A little bit of a drive-by from Tragic prevented the pillar from fully forming here, and we're already seeing the offense come through as Zay's trying to go 1v3 on the front end. Gets taken down quite a bit in terms of the stagger, and so does Nicky Millen, but oh my goodness, a dash onto there. There is so much stagger on this X that he's living for so long, but finally, after so many abilities, gets taken down. Will Zay follow as well? God. But no, the angle at which he goes prevents him from dying, being bounced into the corners, which are completely safe for him.
W Brawler there. Zay Forever living as long as possible. You know, I love to see that, as Weston keeping the goal safe for now, but Hungry Boy is looking for that KO, trying to find this Dubu. If it's hard to score on him, then just kill him. But it looks like they're not going to have any opportunity to, as a great play from Mr. Flambeau. Nicky Millen going to be keeping it on the offense there. And that was a little bit of a weird interaction with the Dubu wall there. The Unstoppable Fortress not quite living up to its name, but not much going to be happening here, as we have 1 barrier to none here for Heavy Metal Gundam, who might lose this last one here as Mr. Flambeau and Nicky Millen are closing in on the barrier, but no, it's actually going to be a great play from Hungry Boy. They're going to be getting everything out of Weston, and there's nothing left to save the core as Zay Forever and Tragic, great play on the bottom side, going to be putting it right through them to tie this up at 2-2, and now it's series point here.
Yeah, and it comes down to this. If they can win, if Handless Dogs can win this point, I think they're favored to win the whole game, with what awakenings they can scrap out from this next set, especially if Nicky Millen can get another spark, like I said. But Zay Forever has the full stacks. He's just Rasmus with size, putting on the pressure with the pendulum swings, with Death Touch. Mr. Flambeau has no energy here. Still has a surprisingly a good amount of stacks there. Uses the energy burst. Zay get taken out, but he does get the barrier for his troubles, and that might just be enough as the play comes in. Unable to push it through. We're seeing the defense, no banish available, but the barriers are down on both sides. Power play is still up for another second as Zay Forever returns. Can Handless Dogs win this set, or will the damage from Heavy Metal Gundam come through?
Will the damage come through, and they're starting to get pelted now as the Vice is taking Nicky Millen down incredibly low here. Might get KO'd at any point, but the X is looking for one themselves, and Hungry Boy trying to find a play to find this goal, but no, the Doobie Wall going to be denying things for now, but a boost from Tragic comes in with the strike and trying to find the goal, and Hungry Boy with the follow-up manages to put it through Weston, and Handless Dogs going to be going to losers. Still has a chance, but Heavy Metal Gundam showing us that damage meta is back, qualifying to lift off.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate interaction there by Weston on the top corner. The ultimate from Dubu did not push the core out and then had to almost lock himself in with the core rather than deny the area altogether, which prevented them from, or which kind of gave them the opportunity for Heavy Metal to score there in that final moment. But overall, a relatively close game for how much damage was going on to Heavy Metal's side, right? We saw them take the first set through Mr. Flambeau and maybe a few mistakes here or there, and then managed to get almost another set there right at the end, bringing them over to set 5 if it went their way. Even though it was 3-1 and the damage was going crazy, we can see a total of what, 27 KOs. Handless Dogs did pretty well given the situation they were in.
Yeah, they definitely did a lot, and Weston, with the 123 saves and 216 redirects, kept them alive pretty much as long as humanly possible, I would say. Definitely not a bad performance whatsoever for the Handless Dogs, keeping them, I feel like a lot of teams would have just gotten run over there by Heavy Metal Gundam, but Handless Dogs managing to show they still got some teeth. They still have some options. Nicky Minolin finding a lot of the stray KOs, right? 6 KOs on the X tier against the full damage comp, so definitely well done there. But if you take a look over at Heavy Metal Gundam side, lots more KOs, lots more damage, lots more shots, lots more pressure. I think when you have more pressure, usually you win more games. And one thing I think is pretty funny about this too is if you look at the redirects, you kind of have the opposite archetypes here, right? Nicky Minolin going to be the one finding these KOs and pressure for Handless Dogs, only 139 redirects, but most of the damage in the KOs, whereas Zay Forever actually has more KOs than both midfielder and goalie. Yep. And also, the least amount of KOs and damage from the team. So Zay Forever kind of taking the bulk of the core control there, bringing them to victory, and Hungry Boy and Tragic, kind of the rocket, the artillery in the back, keeping things explosive. But pretty crazy match.
Yeah, and we have one more match coming up for winner semifinals. So Heavy Metal Gundam just got cleared for liftoff. Handless Dogs are going to go over to the loser side as they have another opportunity to take it over to liftoff as well. But on the other side of winner semis, we have BSB versus Woe Chills, and we'll see if they can take it on to liftoff for themselves after this quick break.
Welcome back for the last winners semifinal match and the last match for me and Mystic here. It's going to be BSB, Bertram, Taco, and Josh versus Woe Chills, who we just saw, not last match, but the match before on that crazy X performance from ZZZ. So pretty interesting matchup here. I'm actually think, even though it's first seed versus fourth seed, I don't think this is necessarily a clear-cut win. Mystic, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at what we have here, or at least the performance that Woe Chills put on in that last game, scaling with the X on ZZZ, I wonder what the game plan is going to be if they end up opting in for the Era X again and just letting ZZZ do his thing as Cakes and Ken Clam kind of hold down the core control aspect as much as possible, and then ZZZ scaling into the future sets, getting some awakenings. You know how much he loves to take the extra special, the adrenaline rush, the prize fighter, anything like that to help him with that siphoning wand. Or they can go a completely different route, right? We've seen ZZZ opt in for the Luna as well. So it could be a matter of what sort of damage composition they want to go. But I'm a big fan of Woe Chills after what they did before. But BSB is seed 1 for a reason. So I don't want to back down on what they got. And Bertram kind of goes crazy with the Luna goalie as well. I've played with him quite a few times, and that guy is absolutely nuts. Lions eats bears. If you're familiar, this guy is no slouch. One of the more aggressive goalies we've seen as well. And taking a look at the draft that just popped up, what are your thoughts on this board?
Take a look, as it is going to be finally. I mean, I don't like this because, Woe Chills fan, but the Juno ban for BSB. I feel like if you take away Cake's Juno, it's just so much easier to play the game as Cake's just so much better on that character than... It's not even that he's bad on other characters, it's just that his Juno is so much better than everything else because that's all he plays. I feel like it just allows you to actually play the game a bit better, and Woe Chills is going to be taking me the Atlas here, which usually means that you want to play something that has to do with kill, and we are going to be seeing the Luna. I'm assuming that's going over to ZZZ, and then the Amy midfield with the Mako as well, so... Not quite the best kill start with the Might of the Colossus and the aerials here for the Luna, but we'll have to see if we can scale. We are on Atlas Lab after all, but can you scale better than the Dubu, the Estelle, and the X, who have a little bit more of a better start, I think, for at least awakening-wise for them in this first couple sets. So I'd say I definitely favor BSB here, at least in the first set or two. But Woe Chills, I mean, as we saw last time, they have the potential to come back from almost anything.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the draft here, I honestly heavily favor BSB with what they picked here. We have the X with Might of the Colossus. We have the Estelle on aerials. And we saw how well Jack Limestone was playing in that previous game against Woe Chills when the Estelle, or before ZZZ got out of hand. The Estelle with aerials does a phenomenal job, and let's see if Taco can pilot it all the way. And then outside of that, Bertram on the Dubu with most likely Pauldrons plus Might of the Colossus means that a single Dubu slam or log is just annihilating any brawler that comes through is gone. All right, so this might not look like a damage comp. It's a damage comp.
It is a damage comp. Everlasting Taco in the chat. I don't want to play this game. I mean... definitely has the better awakening start, but still no one wants to play against the ZZZ Luna, I think, ever. It's probably one of the more scary Lunas that exist in the community, as we will be seeing the awakenings here very, very shortly. Who took what? I believe it's pretty clear cut, though. It's going to be Might for the Dubu, for the X, maybe for the Mako. I doubt it, though. It's probably going to be the aerials for everybody else. Let's see. It is going to be... Actually, it will be... I forgot. ZZ also with the Might, of course. I mean, aerials isn't going to be doing much for you anyway.
What does he need aerials
ZZ,
for?
Might, Pummelers, Luna. I mean, who else does that as we're getting started with this game?
It also means that, although it's not going to be completely optimal taking size on Luna, it just means that he has another avenue for damage if need be, while also having a deny from the X or the Dubu on size. But oh my goodness, a quick double barrier start. Josh getting the KO onto the top with the help of Taco, and then sending it right into the net as Cake, still level 1, doesn't have access to the ultimate there. And what a quick, about 18-second first point as BSB showing what they do best. With, like I said, this is the damage comp. They have all the damage, and they also have a lot of scoring pressure because of Taco on this aerials Estelle.
Yeah, Taco putting on the pressure, a little bit of a team kill here. Forgot to mention, that's probably why he was saying it in the chat before. what is the old team. Taco was on Wochills as well, so bit of a team kill here as we're seeing. Oh, the opposite here. ZZZ takes out both people, actually. ZZZ with 1 KO, and then the middle taking out the other one. Both forwards now gone for BSB as Bertram trying to do the heroics in 1v3 here as Josh back online for now. As we see ZZZ with that flip, they could still score for now, even though the power play is over. But a great defense from Taco and Bertram going to be holding it. And oh, another KO though from KenClam on the Amy, who we didn't really highlight at all going into this match. Definitely a very good Amy player. And ZZZ with the dash flip, the boost. Breezy Breezy out of his seat, jumping for joy with that one as a great little goal. Catches Bertram completely off guard.
Yeah, I mean, what a what a quick and surprising turnaround from that first point here. We just saw about like 4 KOs come through from Wochills onto the enemy team here, but oh my goodness, there's the damage from Bertram using the slam, getting ZZZ essentially to no health from just one ability as Taco is trying to 1v1 Cakes on the other side of the map. Is it going to be enough? We get the KO from the bell ringer on Josh onto KenClam as one more is taken out. We're doing a trade in terms of each point. The KOs are going left and right for which team is going to get it, and we have a nice snipe over there. The primary coming through on the stealth to secure it as Cakes gets a pretty good down clear, just doesn't have anyone there to back him up in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, explosive games we've been casting all day, and this one is no exception. The X and the Estelle definitely have some teeth in terms of the KO pressure. And same with the scoring pressure. Taco getting both barriers there off the kickoff here. Bertram going to be keeping his own, and that's actually just going to go as Cakes not even in range to flip. Josh, great shot placement on the bottom side. Going to be kicking away the first set here. But hey, we've seen this before. Record time losing first set against Wochills is definitely something we just saw.
It's part of the game
plan. But they managed to bring it back. It's part of the game plan. This is part of the playbook, and they're going to get something here. Let's see. We got perfect form. We got size. We got a lot of things that the Luna and the Amy could possibly pick up. But no, actually not going perfect. What? Not going perfect form. Letting X take perfect. Okay, I mean, explain that one.
Unfortunately, I don't have a good reason why KenClam would do that. So
for might,
no, that
power for Z.
That's just
might.
The thing is, Amy is a midfielder and tends to like. Typically, the midfielders that want to take among Titans are the ones that don't interact with the core that much, right? So Rune is a phenomenal one. Even
or just speed ones.
Yeah, the speed ones tend to use it better, right? But after it got nerfed down to 12% speed, even less people take it. So really, the people that want it the most are something like a Juno or a Rune. I think those characters tend to use it the best, maybe now after that. But outside of that, especially on Amy, where you have your secondary that scales with size, you really don't want that, as your secondary, if you are good with Amy and securing KOs, your secondary into primary combo is one of the best tools you have, right? It is ranged dash punch. And you're limiting yourself from that. But taking a look at everything else, it might not matter, as the first point of this set is going over to Wochills.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't really affect their core control whatsoever. Maybe it makes it a tad bit better. I mean, if KenClam can play it correctly, it's definitely going to be harder for him to play it with the secondary being a bit nerfed there. But if you can play it correctly, it's still not going to matter too much. And the PF, PF on X doesn't matter if you just don't let him hit you. As Josh missing completely everything there, great spacing there from KenClam and Cakes in order to deny the X from any of that perfect form value. And they're going to be getting both, but actually no, great save from Bertram, going to be denying that second barrier now, and KenClam in trouble here. The X trying to barrel down with the ultimate, getting last barrier instead. And now Cakes, no energy, no anything. KenClam incredibly low, going to be losing the strike war, and Josh basically doing it almost all himself, putting it in that top side, keeping us tied up at 1-1.
Yes, but we do have a win condition in the ZZZ, right? The prize fighter is at 1. If you manage to get 1 KO, you might end up snowballing it into more, just based on what we saw. And speak of the devil, ZZZ comes in with the boost, gets the KO paired with the flip, gets the second one. That's the prize fighter difference. That might be among Titans difference. So KenClam kind of proving me wrong there, as we're zoning out Bertram, boxing him out from the tiny Amy onto the Dubu. And they get the second point. This might be a repeat of what happened in the previous series.
See, we're all stupid. KenClam is a genius. Take the Among Titans, boost up the Might of the Colossus for ZZZ, give him like the extra 6 power that he gets from it. That was enough to get the KO on the first one. Then the prize fighter stack was enough to get the KO on the second one. Full prize fightered up ZZZ now. We got a game on our hands, Mystic, as in the corner here, KenClam trying to make some offense work. You still need a bit of core control, even with the damage threat from ZZZ as Taco going to be completely taken off the map. But ZZZ actually going down, losing a prize fighter stack, and a great KO from Josh, going to be keeping at a 2-on-2. Now the core going over to Bertram, who has the flip, might barrel down here on the top side. That is a pretty big Dubu, who has the Might of the Colossus and the build different, which we did not really talk about before. Josh now hitting that last barrier. ZZZ does not really have anything in the kit to take anybody out, but manages to strike and get that last barrier. Everything is just crazy. I can't predict anything that's about to happen now. Josh with trying to put on some damage, trying to put on some pressure, but allowing Cakes a little bit of breathing room in order to use that secondary efficiently. KenClam now and ZZZ on this offense. The core is just kind of going back and forth. Both goalies just bouncing it back and forth between each other as the forwards are scrapping it out. As ZZZ finds a good strike, but a great save from Bertram. Now on the bottom side, reversed onto the other side. KenClam taking a ton of damage. Josh incredibly low now. Who is going to go down first? The X-Max was coming out. Will KenClam go down? Will Josh go down? Will neither of them go down? We don't know. As the goal gets saved by Cakes once again, and Mystic, I don't even know what to say, but no, the Ludo gonna be just stopping Bertram in his tracks. The secondary is not gonna matter as he puts himself and the core into the own goal. Great play from ZZZ to tie it up, and we might be seeing another one of the WoChills masterclasses.
Oh my goodness, let's see what they're gonna be rewarded with. Taking a look, it's most likely going to be Spark of Strength going over to Luna, I'd assume, something like that, yeah. Other than that, Twin Drive getting picked up, that slam on Dubu does so much, just pairing that with an extra one. I think Stinger, yep. KenClam should go for the Stinger there. X gets the prime time. Chrono Boost, actually opting in for the Glass Cannon instead. Maybe it's a little bit more damage. I'm surprised you don't get the Chrono Boost instead to give your team a little bit more speed. But hey, WoChills has been proving me wrong. Maybe they know something I don't. So I'm no longer going to doubt their picks here as we're starting off into this next set. Oh my goodness, ZZZ getting taken down quite low from the slam from Bertram as the Luna Rocket or ult comes out, unable to get the KO, but it's going to be similar to last set where once ZZZ kind of gets a KO and gets a prize fighter going, that ends up snowballing so hard and ends up leading to WoChills getting multiple plays.
Multiple plays, almost getting taken out there, Taco, from that rocket, but hanging on with just a sliver of space there on the side, getting that last barrier as well, and almost getting the goal, but it's going to be Josh that finishes up the job with the strike onto the bottom side. KenClam and Cakes not quite on the same page there and how they wanted to save it, and Taco and Josh taking full advantage, getting the score up to 1-0. ZZZ almost got a couple KOs here, and now is getting a bunch of damage on to Josh immediately, trying to get these prize fighter stacks rolling, because that is the win condition for WoChills here. Keep the damage up, keep the pressure up, let ZZZ cook as the Luna forward is starting to try to get some value as first barrier goes down for both sides here. Josh trying to fight back as much as possible as the energy for KenClam is actually looking quite dangerous here. But ZZZ on the opposite side has all the cooldowns, has the core flip, has Bertram staggered, is looking for a KO and finds it with the flip on the Bertram. Going to be getting the first prize fighter stack, going over to 210 power, and that's not even full stacked yet as the full heals. The power play doesn't even matter. The whole point was just to get the KO, but they managed to get the extra credit barrier anyway, as ZZZ flying away does not want to die from the X Maximus, and they are primed and ready to get this game rolling, Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can continue. They drop both barriers here. Now they have one more prize fighter stacks, but Cakes is looking actually quite low. Might end up getting taken out, but they have to go back and play a little bit more defense as Taco jumps in with the double dash trainings there. Manages to find the range, but it does not matter even if Cakes gets taken out as ZZZ has so much power there. Just send it into the top corner, and Bertram, even with all that size, is unable to catch up with the speed of the core.
Yeah, unable to catch up there. Great shot from ZZZ in order to get it, and a great kind of sacrificial strike from KenClam in order to keep the pressure up as long as possible, because if that didn't go in, then they would have gotten scored on as Cakes was off the pitch. KenClam now has the energy with the Dubu, what I thought was going to catch up with them, but not enough range on there for now as Josh and Taco get both the barriers, but they're not able to find the goal just yet. They're able to find a lot of damage, though, onto KenClam, who might go down at any second now. ZZZ trying to keep some offensive pressure up as long as possible, but KenClam is going to be going down, and Josh with the same bell ring are going to be putting it in the bottom side. That's a great play on X, and that's a great way to secure yourself another point in this set.
Yeah, we haven't seen ZZZ get a KO in this last point, and when you're not getting the KOs on WoChills, it's getting a lot harder because in terms of core control, the BSB has a way better team in terms of just like generic core control, stuffing ability, and scoring pressure. But what Wochills has better is their ability to capitalize onto a KO and then snowball from there. We can see all the players getting really low. Taco and Josh are low, but they just aren't enough to finish off these points, and already getting KOs countered onto that, but finally gets one. ZZZ up to 3 prize fighter stacks, might get another one here, is looking for a play, use the energy burst, tries to get the KO onto Josh or onto Taco, isn't able to find it, and there, not enough power unfortunately on KenClam to secure that KO onto Taco there. But we're finally seeing some fighting back from Wochills, as the set was definitely leaning towards BSB. Ooh. Crazy.
Yeah, crazy indeed. ZZZ going down to 2 prize fighter stacks, but still kind of trading the KOs there for that 2 on 2, so nothing too crazy, at least in terms of the prize fighter stacks here for ZZZ. But another one going right back as the Luna ultimate going perfectly placed on to Josh, and a great save from Cakes. They're going to keep things alive as ZZZ and KenClam need to find something with this power play, but no, Josh is going to come back up and they're going to start putting the pressure onto ZZZ. The Brawlers are duking it out right now, and ZZZ is the one who is behind, needs to boost away, needs to get out of there. Staggered, manages to survive for now as long as possible. Great positioning, manages to keep him alive, and a great save from Cakes, going to keep the point alive, but it's not going to matter as Taco is just all over the core. Josh is just all over Cakes, putting it in the bottom side and getting that 3rd set. Wochills need to do a lot more in order to secure this game.
Yeah, I mean, managing to limit the amount of KOs and pressure that ZZZ got, giving BSB as much time as they needed to score eventually. And like I said, they have plenty of damage on their end too. Taking the extra special away, making sure that Luna never gets there or anyone on the enemy team, I think is a great pickup. But also taking the Adrenaline Rush, very good pick there. But Luna manages to get something no matter what, right? With Adrenaline Rush, Deadeye, extra special, all there. There is something for them to take no matter what. But I think it's a hard deny either way. But at the end of the day, take a look at Bertram with 3 size awakenings, 4 if you count the pauldrons, is the size of the barrier and 185 power. Maybe
even bigger. And Bertram with that power as well, gonna be doing a lot of damage as well. But ZZZ with that Deadeye, I mean, kind of, you know, pick your poison, the Adrenaline Rush or the Deadeye. Which one do you want? They don't want him to have that Adrenaline Rush, so he gets the Deadeye. Might have looked weird on paper, but definitely not. I mean, you got to choose one or the other, and with the Deadeye, it allows them to find these crazier KOs off to the side. That was just the rocket that pushed him that far. And we're already off to the stacking races. ZZZ, 197 power, has the 2 prize fighter stacks, needs one more, but KenClam looking incredibly low, and a great flip there, actually timed well with the crater from Luna, going to be getting that last barrier, and a great blink, trying to get that last goal here, but not quite able to find it. Josh now in the 1v1 versus Cakes, who is going to win out and get that last barrier. Cakes been struggling in this 1v1, I feel like, all day, as Josh been getting the better of him, and a great KO there onto KenClam, going to be giving BSB the power play they need, and it's going to be enough as Taco, who's been taking advantage of these power plays all day with the Estelle, piercing shot right through the heart of Cakes, his old teammate, and putting him up 1-0 in this possibly final set of the series.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting off strong. ZZ does have 1 prize fighter stacks. We saw them get the KO with the early Deadeye pick there, but even then, not getting as much value as it seems like the BSB is quickly converting into, oh my goodness, KOs onto points. Adrenaline Rush popped by Taco, 2nd point scored, 15-second point, right? One of the benefits of Wochill's strategy is that, or I should say one of the key points of the strategy is they need to get the KO. And if Josh and Taco are converting barriers into goals that quickly, they're never going to get a chance. Oh my goodness, that almost took Josh off from so far away. At least six X lengths away from that edge was Josh standing there. Almost another KO as the flip comes out. Not finding it, but no energy available onto Josh. That might end up leading into something, but ZZZ is going to get pushed down to the side there. Barrier fallen as Cakes was not able to protect it in that time. Bertram standing in the front of the net here, has all the size in the world, all the power that he needs, and the KO onto ZZZ finally occurs. Three-man power play coming through as Taco's handling the goalie positions there. The flip comes through from Josh. Sad Boys pop. Bertram doing the shimmy. I mean, BSB not allowing Wochills to capitalize on their plan whatsoever, completely denying ZZZ from any ability to get KOs on the last few sets there. I mean, there was something there for Wochills, Borg, but it just didn't pull through the same way as it did on the previous match.
we put a lot of focus on the ZZZ getting those KOs, and while that did matter a lot, I feel like the bigger focus was on the Kenklam, who kind of had to do the heavy lifting of core control while also having to help ZZZ with the damage as well, right? And Kenklam, with that much stress on them, was kind of bound, you know, you got to crack at some point, and with Josh standing on top of you, damaging you the whole time as well, finally cracked in that last set. And without the KOs from ZZZ, Wochills kind of just fell apart there, but BSB, Taco kind of putting the dagger straight through the old team's heart, sadly, in order to qualify for liftoff, manages to get it done. But at least it was in winners, so Wochills still has a chance in order to come back in here. They're not out yet. They have, I believe, 2 more chances, as they have the losers, and then they have the 5th place match later on if they make it there. So not the end of Wochills, but that is the start of BSB, who have qualified for liftoff, looking pretty strong as well, and making me feel a little bit better that, you know, I stole you from the Mystic. So definitely, definitely pretty nice to see. But great showing from both of these teams.
Me instead of Taco on that team if
that's true.
If things played out differently. But BSB doing what they do best. Josh and Bertram, what a great combo there, and then Taco slotting in to help them meld everything together. We'll be moving on to liftoff. But the tournament isn't over yet. We still have a few matches to come. We have all of losers to go through, and the losers of these winners, these winners semi matches that are standing there with 1 more attempt, possibly 2 more, depending on how things go. 1 more. Oh, there is no 5th place match.
There is no 5th. Yeah, I just looked. There is no 5th place match on this one. I was wrong. My bad.
All good. But I believe we are good to go over to break. Do not head out. We still have plenty of matches left for us. We have all of losers round 3, or losers round 2 is playing out right now. Losers round 3, and then losers quarters.
Hello everyone, after a very lengthy break, we're finally back with a continuation of the losers bracket. We're here to watch Dynasty Party versus the Bad Queen Soldiers, the other way around, Bad Queen Soldiers on the blue side. And this is a bit of an interesting matchup, Applebuck, Zenith, and Judgmental versus Dynasty Party, who we've seen before.
Yeah, Dynasty Party. Nast coming in, playing in Nast last season. Their previous team, Misfire Dynasty, tore it up, of course, in Nast Season 1. So it's always good to see them coming back every season. But we got 1-2 punch missile prop on the board here for this Atlas Lab game. Luna, Estelle, Drakkar for the side of the Bad Queen subjects at Dynasty Party. Of course, Asianator on the Finny and Swaghaver on his Classic X. They're playing in the comfort zone right now. We'll see how they're going to come out of this loser's bracket right now. But so far, Dynasty Party off to a solid start. Going to make it a quick first point for them.
Very quick first point. And this Drakkar is a big question mark, of course, enabled by the missile propulsion start. But it's a very feast or famine pick. It's very easy to play around. And Applebuck needs to get the ball rolling here. But the lack of 1-2 punch in rotation is going to be a little bit of an inconvenience in the draft as well, and not being able to have that as an option. So the deny is going to be a little bit easier for the side of Dynasty Party. But Asianator playing a little bit too confidently, flies too far, gets taken out, and okay, well, Swaghaver gets it done.
I got a little bit too close to the sun there, paid for it, but never punished, truly, not with Swaghaver on your team. And I mean, this 1-2 punch is definitely coming in big for just helping him keep the pressure on, keep the core up when he needs to make it happen. Almost a good save there by Judgmental, but ends up losing both barriers off of the ricochet. Applebuck gonna try and push back, gets one, but the big finish sends it over to Swaghaver. A nice blink from Zenith will keep it safe for now, but they're pushing right on back up. A Dynasty Party with energy on the board. Judgmental forced to flip to get it out of there. Maker coming into piercing shot, but it saved it off of the backside of the goal there. Huge flip from the now. Swaghaver not quite able to find the point, but back in the hands of Applebuck now. They try and force it through. A nice primary. Right shot from Asianator, and Judgmental flies past it, soaring off into the sunset, and it's just gonna float right in. A crazy point there, but Dynasty Party, they'll take that one.
Yeah, and this is dangerous, right? It's loser's bracket. If you lose, you're out of here. And Deadeye shows up on the board now. X can technically take Deadeye. It is not a bad decision for the X to take Deadeye here. And that is indeed what happens. The Bell Ringer and a lot of other abilities, one space, can proc it. And it's an amazing deny away from the Luna, disabling a lot of the damage scaling potential. Heading on later into the draft, there's stuff like the Stinger all denied away, and the Drakkar will have to settle with size. Not bad, but as Drakkar, you need something big to turn the tables.
Yeah, we got a little bit of size there. There's a lot of good stuff on that board. There was a lot of damage awakenings on that board that draft, but I think Dynasty Party kind of came out really big on that one, and I mean, already paying some dividends here with a big KO from Swaghaver. Just going to allow even more time, more control for Dynasty Party to make things happen. They'll lose one barrier here, but they got all the health off of Zenith, and now open goal. Swaghaver going for the KO rather than the point, but they still maintaining possession for now. Asianator up to Jack Limestone, but Zenith trying to get in the mix, trying to stop this from another bit of a whiffed boost there from Judgmental, but luckily they're able to recover it, trying to put some pressure onto this barrier. However, Dynasty Party able to fend them off, and now Zenith really low. Swaghaver looking for the KO, pops the X back to his still hunting for this. Zenith just trying to stay alive, but it doesn't even matter. It's Jack Limestone just playing the core, and Swaghaver just gets to where he needs to be. And Dynasty Party continuing on with another point.
The energy situation's also looking pretty good for Dynasty Party, right? Jack Limestone and Asianator basically out of flip the Bad Queen's subjects. Not even close, and that is a little bit concerning here. But they combo down Swaghaver, who stays alive just barely, and with Asianator taking the barrier on the other end and Swaghaver grabbing an orb, Dynasty Party continue to really just be chilling.
Yeah, but Jack Limestone making it happen, goes for the dribble, and finds the needle hole to find the point. Really nice shot placement there, just right in between Zenith and Judgmental. Neither of them could get with the strike box. Just does everything by themselves, and Dynasty Party They are looking pretty determined. I say that, but trading KOs, the forwards both getting taken off the map right there. It was a really good flip from Asianator to even that up, seeing as Swaghaver was going down. And now we're into the 2v2 here. Luckily, both forwards now back online. Nothing too exciting happening during that. But now it's Jack Limestone who's looking pretty hurt. Apple looking for the KO. The shotgun doesn't quite have the angle. Goes for another one. Still can't find the angle there in the corner. Jack Limestone will be able to heal back up on the now. Reigniting the offense here for Dynasty Party. Applebug looking pretty low, and Swaghaver still pushing for this barrier. A nice boost here from Judgmental. Puts it over into the big finish. A perfect pass to Swaghaver to bring down the barrier, and they'll pick up the KO on Appa in their own goal box. A shot to the top is going to be blocked by the core flip, but Jack Limestone, the primary, is able to catch it out, and there's another set going over to Dynasty Party.
Very, very cleanly played here. An Asianator, the MVP, going to be sitting pretty with the choices available here. And there's a lot of choices. Perfect Form and Heavy Impact are what my eyes are on for later down in the draft. That are huge Impact Awakenings, especially Heavy Impact for that Drakkar, but I doubt it'll get that far. Denied away at the first chance even, and Perfect Form probably going to go to the now simply as well. Notice Stagger Swagger trying to prevent any kind of anti-damage here, but with the X picking up that prize fighter, this is even scarier. I think Dynasty Party is going to be really consistently KOing.
Yeah, for sure. Their damage was already kind of scaled up, and now it's really scaled up. And now you're not really even getting to get some damage onto Jack Limestone with that Stagger Swagger. So it's looking a little bit rough here for Bad Queen subjects. We'll see if they can find some kind of the will, or I guess I don't even know what to call it, but a way to bring this one back. So it is looking a little bit rough. Dynasty Party starting off with the first barrier here as well, and Applebug in a bit of a sticky situation, stuck behind enemy lines though, managed to stay alive, and that's both barriers down. Made itself a temporary distraction there for the team to do some work with the core. Now Zenith down to Judgmental, trying to move it up the field, looking for an opening spot. The piercing shot not quite able to land here. All three members of Dynasty Party on the defense, but Jack Limestone will find a clear temporarily, but back up in this top corner now. Swaghaver dashing into the mix. And now with the core in his possession, dribbling up the field, the bell ringer brings down the second barrier, and it's both sides opened up. Core bouncing up here to Judgmental. Jack Limestone down to Swaghaver, looking for a shot to the center, but Judgmental's not allowing that to happen. The big finish coming out, but it's KO's traded on the forwards yet again. Core flip from Zenith can be blocked away by Jack Limestone. Now dribble off the piercing shot, looking for the top side. Doesn't quite get the angle on the blink that he's looking for, though. And it's going to be forwards back online, back to the 3v3. Back to a bit of a neutral state here.
Oh, but the core speed from Asianator to snipe on the card, and now Swaghaver in position. Judgmental, good dash save, but no resources left now. A vulnerable Luna in the net. Jack Limestone pushing forward. Zenith helping defend just barely. But again, Dynasty Party, it feels like they're the ones in a little bit more control. But there's the rocket from Judgmental, and Applebug will be there to cover. I think it was a bit of an own goal by Asianator in the end of it all.
Yeah, it looked like Asianator cleared that down, but I think Applebug won the strike war and like redirected it slightly more forward. Like they were both aiming in a similar spot, but I think Applebug got the hit on that. I'm not sure.
Oh, Judgmental got credit with the goal, which makes it even crazier.
Oh wait, that's crazy. That is crazy. Maybe it was his own goal then. Yeah, that's wild. But yeah, first time up on the board now. Bad Queen subjects have a chance in this set. They got some damage here on Swaghaver again, but Swaghaver fighting back, throwing hands with everyone right now, barely surviving the piercing shot. Will be able to fall back and get the orb here. It looks like both sides trying to recover from their wounds. Applebug still hunting for this KO though. Eats the triple take for it. Judgmental boosting in, try and get some offense going. He will manage to pick up that second barrier. 2-1 now. Bad Queen subjects in a good situation, but Applebug going down. Doesn't mean it's a power play for Dynasty Party. Off of the now primary, there's one barrier gone. A pass down to Swaghaver. Judgmental, though, boosting in to stop that from happening. Now Asianator just trying to get it back up the field. Swaghaver hits it around the backside, but it's a Sad Boys angle. And Bad Queen subject, they're going to pick up another KO, this time onto Swaghaver. And they're going to get a power play now of their own. A piercing shot coming in from Zenith. Sends it right through into the top corner. And they're now up on set point. And they got a chance to stay in this game.
Yeah, definitely a chance. Definitely a good chance to try and stay in this one. with that flip available on Zenith, with Bug providing a ton of pressure in front of the net. But with both barriers down, it's looking more and more likely by the second.
Yeah, very quick barriers down here on the side of Dynasty Party. Both midfielders with their flips available. A lot of damage here onto Bug, though. All three members of Dynasty Party sending him back into their own net. But a huge play from Zenith, the flip dribble into the piercing shot, making it happen and keeping the team afloat. Wow, Zenith getting set MVP, much deserved for that one. And we see a little bit more damage showing up. I'm curious to see how this draft is going to go. There's a lot of stagger on the board.
Yeah, there's a lot of stagger rapid fire as well for the utility. Twin drive denied away, making sure the Luna can't fly too often, but extra special is going to be a solid pickup nonetheless. The rest of the draft is pretty bare, but that additional stagger is huge. Spark of Resilience and Reverberation both denied away from Bug, who will take the Might of the Colossus instead, and that additional bulk is going to be really useful for the side of Dynasty Party, who was taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, definitely. Now they got the damage, they got the stagger. We'll see if they're able to close this game out. The twin drive on Finny is going to be absolutely huge, but they're going to start off with a massive KO early on here. Appa taken off the board, and Swaghammer still putting some damage onto the rest of the team here. They'll pick up both barriers off of the power play. They are done messing around. Car coming back online now, but midfield and goalie trying to get the core back up the field to where Swaghammer can do something. But both these ranged characters making that a little bit difficult here. Trying to get it through, but another KO from Swaghammer. This time taking Zenith off the board. And now Judgmental getting eaten by the black hole. Goes back on the eject button and Swaghammer brings him down too. It's just Bug, and there's not a lot you can do in a 1v3 like that. Dynasty Party starting off strong yet again. And this just might be where it all ends.
Yeah, that last set was different because they were the ones taking damage, but now that they have enough health to knock it bursted down, and then they have the healing from the Now on their side, it is looking overwhelmingly in their favor. Even the Crater not doing that much damage. Swaghammer just shrugging off all the damage, and Bug the one who is critically low.
Yeah, they will get some damage here on to Swaghammer, but Appa's still running for his life a little bit. Not a lot of energy to work with either. One barrier going down on the side of Dynasty Party as Zenith working with the core. Pass up to Bug here. The shotgun will bring down the second barrier, and a big blink from Zenith gets another KO onto Swaghammer. Piercing shot, but not quite enough time to find the point. Bug up to Zenith. Judgmental boosting in. Doesn't quite find it here. Still a bit of ping pong going on, but Asianator going for the pass. And Bug able to get in there and win the strike war. Taking the point for Bad Queen subjects. A big power play there off of that KO.
And a rare Drakkar invisibility moment too, right? We can't see it on the spectator side because blue side, but Appa rushed forward invisibly, making it difficult for Jack Limestone. Of course, like if you're a goalie in tune with the situations, you can assume when to strike, but that's hard. That's hard in the high pressure situation, and Jack Limestone was the midfielder after all, and Asianator's almost dead. Asianator's gone.
Another 2v2 here, but it's a goalie down for Dynasty Party. Judgmental, a pass up to Zenith, goes for the core flip here to the bottom side, but Jack Limestone holds with the secondary, keeping it out of range of the piercing shot as well. But now Bug back online. Here's Asianator as well. A nice block here, but they got to work their way back up the field. They're in a bit of a dangerous spot with an open goal here. Bug doing a good job holding on, but eventually will lose possession. Now Judgmental with the rocket, trying to send it back up. Jack Limestone cutting the pass here, but not the second time. However, Swaghammer going to punish Judgmental, or not Judgmental, Zenith for that, and bring him down, but Judgmental boosting in. Finally! That's what he's been looking for. We've seen that boost come out a few times this game, but that's the first time it's made a really big impact and found the point.
Yeah, stuff like that is just a reoccurring thing, right? Judgmental was forced to use a lot of those boosts on the defense earlier on. But if the possession can be maintained by the Bad Queen subjects, if they can keep the core forward and let Judgmental use those boosts on offense a lot more, then we're going to see a lot greater effect from their offense. But Bug's basically dead here.
Yeah, down he goes. 2v3 yet again. We do have a flip available on Judgmental by some time, but on the wall is dangerous, and Swaghammer finding the window, and another KO. 3v1. Bug respawning just in time, though, to give them a little bit of leeway here for the Bad Queen subjects. Asianator being patient, playing up in the midfield, trying to keep the pressure on. They're trying to get this barrier. Jack Limestone will bring it down, And now with a flip almost available, but doesn't even need it. Jack Limestone with the shot where Judgmental couldn't reach. And Dynasty Party will bring it to match point.
Very, very well played by Jack Limestone. Swaghaver, too, getting that preemptive bull rush down. Swaghaver is a brawler who understands possession so well. Honestly, dribbles more than he has to sometimes, and that kind of possession keeping is keeping Dynasty Party ahead. And that KO as well from Swaghaver. Another KO with the flip. It's curtains.
A double KO from Swaghaver. They do lose one barrier on the return. Ooh, bit of a fumble there with the bell ringer, but they'll get the second one. Open up the goal now. However, Bad Queen subjects will come back online to try and hold out. Potentially, well, this is for one last point this set, no matter what. And they're going to try and make something happen. The Thorn's not able to find the barrier. Appa getting knocked around. A boost in from Judgmental's absolutely huge money. 6 times KO streak from Swaghaver. He brings out another one. The X Maximus is too much. He'll send it home. Dynasty Party taking the win over Bad Queen subjects, and they will be moving on.
Now they're one game away. Now they have a date with the Handless Dogs. Only one of those two can make it to liftoff. But importantly, they both have a chance, you know. The Bad Queen subjects falling a little bit short here. But that's how it is in Launchpad. It gets more competitive every season.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And feels like it gets more competitive every week as well. With the teams that don't quite make it tend to continue on in the next week. With even more determination, and the competition is getting very tight with only a few spots left. But I think with that, we're gonna go to a bit of a quick break, before our next match.
Yep. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you soon. And Dog versus Dine up next. Welcome back to the final Launchpad of this preseason. We got Dynasty Party versus the Handless Dogs. They're fighting for one spot in liftoff here. Last chance for both these teams, and we'll have to see which one makes it.
Yeah, for sure. It's 2 spots left for liftoff, and both these teams are pretty good. They're both kind of, I don't know, I wanted to say wild card teams, but I'm not sure if that's the right terminology to use. But I think my sentiment gets across. They're not like in the top set of teams that I think were initially predicted to get to be like top contenders, but everyone knew that I think the players on these rosters are good, and that they're probably going to make some kind of league. And now here they are meeting up in the final match of Launchpad to do just that. So this is going to be an exciting one for sure. We see the Rune coming on out, the Dubu and the Asher for, I need to pull the thing back up, for Handless Dogs here on a perfect form start. So this is going to be pretty solid. I mean, Rune always been a bipolar character depending on who is piloting him, but this is Mr. Flambeau's Rune, so I imagine it could go pretty well for them.
Yeah, and this is extra important too because it's the last chance to get into Tier 1 or Tier 2, right? Of course, there's the Nasty LCQ, but NASA and Nasl, if you have the dreams that are like in the stratosphere, like this is your last chance to even have a shot.
Absolutely, and both barriers down here for the side of Handless Dogs pretty quick. Asianator will lose one from the push-up, but all is good. A nice clean pass there to Swaghaver, who finds a that's a difficult shot to see, and Swaghaver found it right out in the top corner there. So Dynasty Party starting off looking pretty good there.
Yeah, and they're on comfort. Swaghaver and Asianator have performed very well in the previous game, but that's a double barrier, and suddenly the Handless Dogs, they're looking pretty good here. They combo out of the Rune Banish as well, the synergy between Nikki and Flambeau, and once again the Handless Dogs, they're not going down without a fight, but the passporter goes wide, an amazing evade by Asianator, and the defense holds for now.
They're getting set up in the top corner here, which is a simple clear there from Asianator. We'll keep it safe. Now Swaghaver working back up the field, but Weston up to Mr. Flambeau in the top corner. Midland not quite in position to make anything happen on that play, but they're keeping possession of the core quite well. A pass up to Mr. Flambeau here. The Banish comes out. A great evade from Asianator to stay alive and keep the defense going. Pillar set up here, but Asianator will not be fooled to pass back up to Swaghaver. They get one barrier on the play and a KO on the Mr. Flambeau, and now it's the coveted power play here for Dynasty Party that they always perform so well on. Looking for the second barrier. A nice roll from Weston. And this pass splitter coming out from Nicky Midland as well. Will hold on as Mr. Flambeau comes back online, but energy is coming up all around, and a nice little demon angle there from Mr. Flambeau. And Asianator thought that there was going to be another Banish coming out, so preemptively evaded, but Mr. Flambeau, the psychological warfare just didn't do anything, and Asianator got stuck in the animation. Well played.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious on the strike shot from Asianator, but had some amazing saves, but there's another KO coming out. Nikki getting it done once again, and that previous point, there was some fantastic defense from Asianator, but the problem was that Dynasty Party was permanently on defense at that point. If they're forced back all the way and Nikki and Flambeau can just get repeating passes from Weston, then they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Nicky Midland, though, having to fall back a little bit there. Kind of low on HP, left it up to the Rune Pillars, but Asianator navigated them pretty well. Get the core back up to the forwards. A lot of damage here onto Swaghaver, but Jack Limestone pushing back up. Core flip comes out from Weston. They'll keep their barriers up for now. Pillar from Mr. Flambeau doesn't quite find anything here, but Nicky Midland and Swaghaver both pretty hurt. One barrier gone here. A second one picked up by Jack Limestone, and that's an open goal for Handless Dogs. Jack Limestone putting a lot of pressure onto the bottom, up to Swaghaver, but can't get it past Mr. Flambeau. Swaghaver jumping right back in there. 3v1, looking pretty hurt. Tempting to KO. They'll find it, but not paying attention to where Jack Limestone is. And that'll be another point here for Dynasty Party.
Yeah, Dynasty Party, get it done, and the damage really adds up, especially when you have a Juno and a Fini in the backline helping that X with that chip damage. It really does add up, and Although it's a lot harder to defend the barriers as the Fini compared to the Dubu, if Asianator can keep the possession forward, that's huge, and the Slimes take a barrier despite the power play on the other end.
Flip here from Asianator to buy a few more seconds as well. Pressure still coming on. The Dubu coming out in midfield, but they're struggling to bring down the second barrier. Now Swaghaver will come back online. Mr. Flambeau dribbling up in the midfield, trying to get back up to Nicky Midland. Gets it around the triple take, and that's an open goal on the side of Dynasty Party. Vanish coming out, gets Swaghaver caught in it. Now topped in the top corner. The pillar comes out, but Asianator able to rotate around to the bottom side. Jack Limestone is looking to push back up the field. The Slimes will be blocked away by Nicky Midland. Now Swaghaver trying to get in position, but these creations making it a little bit difficult here. Shot to the barrier, but it's just going to be blocked away in the 3v1. Can't get enough pressure going on there, and now it's 2 core flips as Handless Dogs pushbacks up. Mr. Flambeau's going to get blocked there, but Nicky Millen still holding onto one, but a nice bank off the wall. Perfectly angled from Mr. Flambeau. We'll see Handless Dogs tie it up 2-2, and they don't even need to use the core flip.
Yeah, that core flip on Nicky Midland is so scary. That Fini, not many tools to deal with it at point blank here, especially when it's a fast one. Of course, the triple take a great tool at range, but so much damage dumped by Swaghaver and Asianator. Nicky's forced to burn the flip on Death's Door, honestly, and that's some really good focus from Dynasty Party to eliminate the threat.
And now energy coming up here from Dynasty Party. A bit of a misplay, though, as they'll lose their second barrier, and some big pressure coming up. Mr. Flambeau to the bottom, but it's blocked by the triple take. Another card from Asianator almost scores an own goal, but he's luckily able to save that one. They do have some big damage onto the forwards of Handless Dogs here as Dynasty Party pushes back up, trying to get some barriers of their own. The Slime from Jack Limestone picks up one. Swaghaver struggling to stay alive, but the goalie is looking really low here as well. Core flip from Jack Limestone puts the Slime in, but the pillar from Mr. Flambeau is going to shut all of that down. Nicky Midland still looking really hurt. The triple take, but doesn't quite get the angle for the KO. Just sends Nicky up to the top side. The big finish, looking for the pass to Swaghaver, doesn't quite find it, gets bounced around. The roll from Weston gonna be what takes him off the board. A power play for Handless Dogs, down to Mr. Flambeau, back up to Nicky Midland. The pass splitter doesn't quite find contact. The Slime's coming out though on the defense. They're looking for an angle, but they can't get it past this Finny and this Juno. And now Swaghaver will be coming right back to try and keep this point going for even longer.
Yeah, this is quite possibly the most important point of this Launchpad, of this qualifier season here. Who gets the lead first? The banish onto Asianator. He's evaded every other one so far, but Swaghaver, the second hit past the log now. And with the open net, big opportunity for Swaghaver on the dribbles past Weston's roll. Swaghaver, he's known for the dribbles, and he does it yet again to clutch out a point in which they were down the entire time.
Yeah, that was really nice defense, really nice stalling from Asianator and Jack Limestone to keep that alive for as long as they did. And of course, Swaghaver finding the shot, Brawlers getting it done, and now they are rewarded. Timeless Creator going to go here first to Jack Limestone. The double pick from Handless Dogs is going to be a Spark for Nicky and Glass Cannon on Weston. See the Siege Machine over to the Finny, Spark of Focus going over to the Rune, and Super Surge going to be the pickup for X with not a lot else to pick from. Kind of an interesting draft. There wasn't too much insane stuff there, but certainly some stuff that's pretty good.
Yeah, the overall power level of the draft was really low. I'd like to focus on that Timeless Creator as an example, right? It's normally not really that great on Juno, but it's picked up to deny away from the Dubu on an otherwise pretty... Yeah, again, like a pretty unimpressive draft overall, not much on the board, but if you're Dynasty Party, you're happy about that, right? You want to keep the status quo, you want to prevent this Rune and this Asher from becoming too much of a problem, and even though it's overall unimpressive, I think that Super Surge on the X gives you a lot more playmaking potential with the Bull Rush.
Yeah, especially highlighting that Timeless Creator thing. With how many creation characters are in this match right now, how many characters benefit from that, I think Dynasty Party kind of securing those is definitely going to help them out in the long run. We don't want to see Dubu or Asher stacking up a Rune, stacking up creation things, and that end up being a kind of a win con. So definitely nice to see that there, but some damage now coming out onto Mr. Flambeau, and the big Super Surge dash through the center. Already that pick coming in big there for Swaghaver to pick up the KO from the other side of the map. Core flip here brings down the second barrier. And now core flip still available for Jack Limestone. They're trying to operate on this power play. Aginator up to Jack Limestone. Not able to get it past the center, though. Bounces weirdly, but they'll get to Swaghaver eventually, who finds the angle. And Dynasty Party get it done.
Yeah, a bit scary there on that Jack Limestone angle. I thought it was going right into Mr. Flambeau's hands for a gifted point to the handless dogs, but in the end, it was a great pass forward eventually to Swaghaver. And that's, again, a common theme, right? If Swaghaver can just stay forward confidently and have Jack Limestone and Aginator find those big passes to 1v1 Weston. Swaghaver has been winning those situations more often than not, and the power play only helps out.
Oh, a double power play. As Dynasty Party they don't know how to not KO. It seems like getting another double here. They're gonna try and get the barriers. They'll pick up one. Bellringer coming out, trying to get the second one. They'll get that one as well. Now Aginator up in the midfield to pass back in. A banish onto Jack Limestone. Holding on to that flip, looking for a spot to use it. Use it there, I think, just to stay alive. But now handless dogs pushing back up. Interesting bounce off the center there. Midland, though, in the 1v3. Not quite able to get the core very far here. Aginator still maintaining pretty solid composure. Gets it back up to Swaghaver. Now pops the X Maximus. Doesn't quite able to reach the core, though. And now we go into overtime, where Nicky Midland's going to be able to pick up the first barrier here for handless dogs. Brings out the pass splitter. A pass down to Mr. Flambeau. Can't do much with all the slimes and the big finish in the way. Now a core flip available for Swaghaver here in the bottom side. Aginator just trying to get it back over to him. Dribble off the top, looking for the bottom. A pillar getting placed in the way. And that barrier still remaining up. Aginator now to Jack Limestone. There's the core flip into the bull rush, but the roll from West doesn't matter. Swaghaver, the insta strike before the soup can even touch it. And Dynasty Party on set point.
Bad habits biting Weston really hard there. It wasn't just a Tofu Fortress, it was a strike forward and then Tofu Fortress. And it went right into Swaghaver's waiting arms. That slight inexperience coming in a high pressure situation. And I think Dynasty Party, they're the team with more experience in those situations. I think Aginator is going to crack a lot less easily in panic moments like that.
Yeah, there was just enough time there for Swaghaver to sneak it on through. And yeah, it's definitely going to show a big double barrier. Oh, what a great shot placement there from Swaghaver. We're kind of glazing this guy this match, but he's playing pretty well. They'll get the KO onto the goalie as well. Core flip's got to come out there from Nicky Midland, but forced up to the top side and totally zoned out. It's just another point for Dynasty Party as they are just taking this game over right now.
And Swaghaver's the big factor. Usually in a game with Nicky Midland as the brawler, they're the star player, but here Swaghaver just on another level. The core control, the possession keeping is making it so difficult for handless dogs to even get any sort of offensive push going. And with that additional size, it's going to be even easier for Swaghaver. And denying away to Stagger Swagger is going to mean that Nicky's always going to be damaged. And this is a really, really scary spot to be in if you're the handless dogs. Your overall awakening power level is incredibly low right now. And you have to get a set win in a state where Dynasty Party are favored so much. If the handless dogs somehow win this set, they're in a decent spot, but winning this set is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, they got the double spark on Nicky, and they got the Monu on Rune that they're trying to play around, and we'll see if that's enough to maybe compensate and help out on the defense. Maybe there's some kind of win condition there, but with the momentum that Dynasty Party have, it's definitely not going to be easy for them to bring this one back, though. We'll see. Energy is coming up pretty early on here for Dynasty Party. Swaghaver already is almost at a core flip available with how many hits he's been getting. But so far, no barriers getting taken at all by anyone. The slime's coming out, but stuck in the banish. Another big super surge dash through the middle allows Swaghaver to just reposition from side to side. So easily. He's absolutely huge. Goes for the flip and gets the KO. But a bit of an own barrier off of the soup in return. But the power play here for Dynasty Parties, what they're always looking for. See if they can get some kind of value, but getting in their own way a little bit there. The triple taking the way. Swaghaver taking a lot of damage. They're not quite able to get too much done off of that power play. There's the recovery drone proc, and now that's gone from Swaghaver. And so far, handless dogs looking a little bit more composed.
Definitely
so far.
holding on. Asianator with the panic flip, and now Nikki in the corner. That's where you want to be as the Asher, but Asianator, despite that earlier barrier going down, still staying very calm, but hard to stay calm when the core speed off the pillars that fast. Nikki with an amazing shot placement, and Asianator caught without any cooldowns left.
Yeah, I think that was an auto slime that just shot it straight at the rune pillar, and it just propelled it right back into the hands of Nikki Minlin. As you said, made a really nice shot there. A single banish coming out. They looked for the KO on Swag, however, weren't quite able to find it. Now some big pressure coming out, but in the 1v2, Handless Dogs hold on to their barrier. Mr. Flambeau going for the double, but Asianator was prepared for that one. A nice clear, barely eking it through the forwards. Now a pass splitter coming out, and that's going to be one barrier gone. A double banish now coming out. There's the pillar set up in the top corner. All three members of Dynasty Party trying to hold on the barrier beam, but it's not enough as Jack Limestone going to burn the flip on the defense. Now Mr. Flambeau flip in return to send it back around, but it just goes right back to Weston, who's stuck in this bottom corner yet again, but they pick up the KO onto Swaghaver, and now it's a much-needed power play here for Handless Dogs. Slime's coming out. There's the banish, but a nice evade from Jack Limestone. Nice stalling, just buying so much time with these slimes. That allows Swaghaver to come back online here. Now it's one barrier to one barrier. Everyone's alive again.
Yeah, but Swaghaver's chasing here. Flambeau gets out of there just in time. Well played, and the core speed's accelerating all around the map. Flip burn from Weston will earn the barrier, threads the needle, but Weston's down in a lot of trouble, but Swaghaver can't get it past, and an amazing shot from Nikki to the bottom corner, despite being staggered. Gets the point. And if the Handless Dogs can get this final point, bring us to another set, I think they're finally in a good spot.
That was the same exact shot that Nikki did as the previous point as well, standing in the same spot with the same spot in the net. But yeah, I think the Monumentalist and the speed on Nikki are definitely helping out quite a lot here. The Monumentalist is really messing up some of the slime angles, and it's just taking up so much space on the map that Dynasty Party is really limited in how they can actually get around here. And as long as they're holding out on defense, it seems like they're eventually able to accumulate enough damage to take Swaghaver off the board. So we'll see if they can just keep that up, or if Dynasty Party are going to find a way to answer and get their momentum back. But in a very similar situation right here, top barrier to bottom barrier, double to banish coming out here from Mr. Flambeau, though. They're not going to get any KOs, but they just buy even more time. And so often we're just seeing Jack Limestone and Asianator stuck with the core on their side of the field, and they're just not able to get it past the rune pillars here. And eventually, Nikki's able to push up and make something like that happen.
Yeah, but that's a KO onto Flambeau, but Nikki has possession. Watch out. Good triple take, and Swaghaver so much core speed here. One good pass is the end of this point, but it's a snipe from Asianator to the bottom corner. And wow, what a way to really start the comeback here. But it's going to take quite a bit, right? Dynasty Party need a lot more than just that.
Yeah, it's weird considering how dominant they were looking last set. Now they're kind of on the back foot in this set, at least. Now Swaghaver able to survive the double pillar there, and once again trading the single barriers. Now trying to push back up the field, but that pillar is just in the way. Swaghaver cannot dribble up the field with that, all that noise. We have a core available here for Jack Limestone. They can get it past Nikki Minlin. So far, the pressure staying on. The banish coming out. Two pillars set up here. Core flip here from Jack Limestone. Defensively, the barrier goes down. A core flip from Nikki into the pass splitter. And they'll just be stuffing it right in. Handless Dogs bringing it back in the game. Winning that set 3-1. Nikki Minlin, the MVP. There's still a spark available. But there's also a couple other nice things here. So we'll have to see how this draft goes. It could be really important.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the spark. It's 3 sparks. Resilience, power, and agility. So much speed, so much power. It is really, really important that Nikki got MVP here, and that turns the entire game around. Of course, extra special denying away that from the Dubu is important, but it is no longer looking as nice for Dynasty Party. Last set is the best that we're going to get, and now it's only going to get more favorable for the Dogs from here.
Yeah, definitely. And we see more size go over to Swaghaver, but the Might of the Colossus falling over to Weston, it's still good, but it's definitely less valuable with how Nikki Minlin is basically on Exodia mode. And now Swaghaver just kind of has like a bigger hitbox as well. for some of those edge KOs, the banish into pillar, things that don't necessarily care about getting too much damage in terms of stagger. So we'll see if that's going to make too much of a difference at all. But yeah, I think it's right now. All eyes are kind of on Nikki Minlin and this triple spark.
Oh, wow. Nikki versus 3, the pass splitter into primary. If Swaghaver was the MVP of the early sets, Nikki Minlin is taking over the later sets here. Fully scaled up, everything that they need to really just control the game.
Yeah, and with perfect form as well. I mean, you don't have the cooldown spark, but who needs that, right? So, Handless Dogs now making this a real contest. 2 flips available here for Dynasty Party, but so much damage onto Swaghaver. It's getting knocked around. There's the pillar for the KO. That resets the recovery drone. And now a double banish coming out from Mr. Flambeau. They'll get 1 barrier off of the play. And they're just dumping out damage on Swaghaver yet again. He's got no energy, running out of health, has to get the orb. But now in the 1v3, he's just going to take even more chip damage here. Able to pick up an orb, but Jack Limestone putting the pressure on the top side. Oh, Swaghaver looking for the KO on Mr. Flambeau, but he get caught out by the Dubu Soup instead. And now it's a power play for Handless Dog. The banish coming out. Nice evade from Asianator, but got to catch up to the core. Favorable bounce keeps it alive for now. And now Swaghaver is back online. Looking for the bell ringer. He's going to find the second barrier. Goes into X Maximus, chasing down the core, but can't quite reach it. Corporal available on Nikki Minlin, but Swaghaver with possession, and Jack Limestone with the slime, able to sink it right through Mr. Flambeau. A nice redirect, and Dynasty Party will tie it up here in set 4.
Yeah, don't let Nikki Minlin's build distract you from the fact that Swaghaver takes up the entire map, the strike range, the bell ringer range. So much coverage available. If you slip up once, he will be there to just get the core and find those barriers, but the main threat is being KO'd here. Nikki will punish that greedy flip near the edge.
Yeah, it's just what you gotta be so careful about. Like, you're so big, those edge KOs are a lot easier to get, especially when you have all that extra power, and Nikki has as well. Rune Pillar giving them a little bit of trouble right here, but Swaghaver will be back online with no barriers lost, so they'll play it out pretty solidly. As we go back to a little bit of a battle here over the midfield. Jack Limestone up to Swaghaver, gets 1 barrier, is looking for a second one. Weston makes the clear. Nice catch from Asianator, but now trapped in the corner with the pass splitter. Both forwards coming up, but solid defense from Dynasty Party keeps it held down. Core flip here from Mr. Flambeau. Doesn't get it very far. They'll try again on the top side to banish onto Asianator, but the clear has been made, and Swaghaver casually flying across the map, getting launched. And Nikki Minlin hunting him down, sending him into the back of the goal box. And now another power play here for Handless Dogs. They try to bring down some barriers finally. Bit of ping pong here in the bottom corner, but Nikki Minlin pushing up with the barrier beam, gets the second barrier, or the first barrier rather. And has a flip available. What? The core sneaking through the little gap in the Dubu wall. Average Dubu moment. And now Nikki Minlin can take it off the map. Dynasty Party suddenly taking over in this point. A pass down to Jack Limestone, passing around, trying to get around this rune pillar. Mr. Flambeau looking low. Has to spend the last of the energy just to survive. Nikki Minlin, though, coming back online, but that was a crazy sequence of events.
Yeah, Swaghaver now low, but the Slimes catch it near the center drum. Flambeau not there to cover. Weston trying to cover the top side. The core speed getting ridiculous. The bounce below the Tofu Fortress getting even more ridiculous. And Dynasty Party, this is their last good shot at it, and they're 1 goal away.
Yeah, they got to make this happen here. If this goes to a set 5, it could really be pushing their luck. Core flip here from Asianator to get it back up the field. Not quite able to do much with it, but Nikki Minlin able to bring down the second barrier. 2-0 in favor of Handless Dogs. The pillar gets set up. They're looking for some offense here. Swaghaver and Jack Limestone, have their core flips available here. They'll get 1 barrier off of the push. Trying to find a second one now. Jack Limestone dribbling with the core in the middle. Sends it back up. They're trying to get to Swaghaver, but Swaghaver just can't reach it. Core flip getting burnt here from Jack Limestone, but all the creations from Handless Dogs just shutting that down entirely. Nikki Minlin looking for the KO, doesn't quite find it. And Swaghaver's there with the big finish. No, send it backwards. Oh, it was still in core flip. Wait. Mr. Flambeau flipped that, and it was still in Mr. Flambeau's core flip, like the state while it was spinning in the big finish. And it got sent backwards. That was crazy.
That was absolutely ridiculous here. And Nikki Minolin has a flip available. Try and take the barrier here. Big opportunity with the pillar, but Jack Limestone with the slimes makes the save. And having that barrier alive is so important for Dynasty Party's defense here. Asianator is going to be able to hold on for a little while longer. It feels like, and Swaghaver low, but if Swaghaver can survive here, that could be the barriers taken quite efficiently. Mr. Flambeau almost going down.
One here though. Swaghaver is getting absolutely pummeled. Core flip from Mr. Flambeau. Core flip from Asianator in return. Sends it back around the way. Nikki Minolin trying to force it through the 1v3. Mr. Flambeau now pushing it back up. Not able to find too much here. They're going to try again on the bottom corner. The log able to send it back in, but Asianator making the clear back to the midfield. Swaghaver is going to pop the X Maximus. Hunting for some barriers here. The big finish to try and help, but Weston still holding it down. Keep it going. There's the triple take, and Swaghaver able to pick up one. Jack Limestone looking for the second one. Mr. Flambeau's going to block the first shot. The banish coming out onto Swaghaver. Will stay alive, though, as we head into overtime. And now Handless Dogs pushing back in the top side. Asianator barely making the save. Gets it back to Swaghaver. Tries to force it through, but the Dubu in the way. Core flip here from Jack Limestone. Gets KO'd for it. Core flip from Nikki Minolin. Sends it back around to the power play from Handless Dogs. But Swaghaver trying to hold this top lane so hard, but another own barrier from Asianator off the card. The banish comes out, a great evade, holds it in the big finish, and Jack Limestone back online. The slime to try and pass it back up to Swaghaver. Core flip here, angles it off the bottom side. What a shot for the barrier. Now it's both sides opened up here on point 5. Weston dribbling it into the slime, though, manages to hold on. Asianator brings it back to the top side. The pillar getting placed. Nikki going for the center, but it will get blocked away. Now the soup coming out in the midfield. He came to the top side. Swaghaver off the middle. Almost own goals it, but we're all good. Gets banished. Gets them through the middle. Big finish coming out against the pillar, though. Sends it back around. Another pillar coming out, but it's just time. Asianator's in a good spot here. Off the center. Jack Limestone up to Swaghaver. Trying to force it through, but the core moving a little bit too fast for anyone to push up comfortably. But to the slime. Jack Limestone. The perfect angle. Asianator. That was a perfect pass through the middle to the slime for the point. Out of absolutely left. Dynasty Party will clutch it up and win.
What a performance in the very end when Nikki Minolin was fully scaled, when Mr. Flambeau's pillars were so scary and Weston was holding it down. It was Jack Limestone, Asianator, and Swaghaver on top. They will be able to contest for NASA and Nasl. Unfortunately, the Handless Dogs, their ceiling this season will be Nasty if they make it through the last chance qualifier. Well played to Dynasty Party.
Yeah, well played indeed. Definitely a solid performance there, a solid game. Wish them the best of luck. Moving on to Liftoff, but I think we have one more game for the day. Woe Chills versus E-Boy Entourage. That's going to be coming up next, so we're going to throw it to a bit of a break before that one, so stick around.
We're back and we're here with the final game of the Launchpads for this season. The Season 6 qualifying circuit is coming to a close, and only one of these two teams can be the last one to make it to liftoff here. It's Wochills versus C22, E-Boy Entourage. IDC, Serapi, and Sorcerer Supreme, formerly known as Flop Dwop. What a matchup.
Yeah, what a matchup indeed. Wochills, another Nast veteran squad here, looking to up their game, potentially get into NASA or something. So, I mean, a lot of stakes riding on this. It's the final qualifying match for this season. And of course, we're going to hope that it's going to be a good one. Looks like we're going over to Taiko Temple. Heavy Impact Super Surge is our start. So, going to be looking at some characters that really value Blink. Potentially the Aimi going to be coming out. I mean, ZZZ is in the match, so either of those awakenings could be potentially very interesting for that guy. So we'll have to see. This could be a pretty high damage match.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned it earlier. I think Borg mentioned it, or Mystic mentioned it for me, but I told them this Wochills team has been putting a lot of priority on X era for KenClam and ZZZ, and it has been doing well for them so far. We'll see if that continues to be the case here. E-Boy Entourage, on the other hand, their picks have been all over the place, so I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of this team, so it's just going to be a surprise to me either way. But we're getting into the match right now. Taiko Temple. We'll see what this is going to end up looking like. We see Cakes hovering the Mako. I think there's no big surprise there. There's the Aimi. I kind of expected that with the Super Surge on the board, but ZZZ going for the Luna, so it could be a double midfield play here on Taiko Temple for Wochills, which is kind of interesting. Double midfield high damage, but there's the Era X, like you said, and the Asher on the goalie for E-Boy Entourage. So this is gonna be a real interesting game. I like what Wochills has cooking. It's heavy impacts all around except ZZZ, who went Pum's Super Surge as one would expect. So they are looking for blood.
It's flipped. I expected X Air to be picked by KenClam ZZ. No, it's actually Flop Dwop Serapi on that duo here. Really, really well played. I think, especially because this is a high pressure situation, right? This is the last chance to get into liftoff. And X Era is a very comfortable composition in the sense that it is very straightforward to pilot. So minimizing the chance of error is huge here.
Yeah, so Sorcerer Supreme, though, taking a little bit of damage early on, but should be all good. I mean, they've got the scaling with the Asher goalie as well. Like, they kind of have, like, a very, very strong scaling team. Of course, Wochills scales with damage incredibly well, and there's already an early KO there from ZZZ onto the low-health Sorcerer Supreme. They have the power play to work with, but they've lost both barriers. So we'll see if they can bring down the second one, though. Sorcerer Supreme back online. And IDC holding it down in the face of overwhelming numbers as we head into overtime.
Yeah, it is a lot of damage on the Flop here. A barrier coming down as well, and with ZZZ having flip available, Cakes is going to have to defend this open net, but with a KO, with a power play, it is looking good for Wochills' signature game plan.
Flip here from IDC to buy some time, but a core flip on the line from ZZZ. Backs up, though, to try and bait out the barrier beam, but IDC able to hold it down regardless. Some nice patience, however, not enough abilities here in the ping pong with KenClam. Is able to come out on top. That'll be the first point going to Wochills.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of a preemptive strike at the end from IDC, but other than that, IDC has been pretty fantastic on the defense here. Not a name that you see often deeper into these brackets, but this has been a breakout bracket run here.
Yeah, definitely. Just staying calm, staying composed for the most part, and just playing some good, consistent goalie. Now this time, now we're seeing the damage come out yet again, this time onto Serapi, but ZZZ also staggered, having to back off a bit. Even KenClam, all by their lonesome. They will pick up the barrier, though, off of the Fireball Sentry, and now it's an open goal. Some nice dribbling going on here from KenClam, and a big boost from ZZZ gets the KO to sink it in. Caught IDC on the wall just a little bit. I think KenClam won almost every strike war against Serapi there, just kind of dribbling it in that corner. So that was really good.
Yeah, it really was. And KenClam, though, flipping away from that NATO, and Serapi, no meter available, trapping the Ensnare Drums into the crater. And this damage focus onto the midfielder of E-Boy Entourage is really proving to be effective. But ZZ with a bit of an own barrier there, a bit goofy, but I think Woe Chills have room to play with here.
Both barriers down from Woe Chills. The trainer coming in. Core flip from Cake. ZZZ says, I don't want that core. I'm sending it right back. And now it's KenClam's problem to deal with. But they'll push it back up the field over. IDC spots the low health Imi and picks up the Cake. What a save from Cakes! A core flip in his face, but it doesn't matter. The pressure's going to be too much. And they'll sink it home regardless. E-Boy Entourage putting themselves on the board. But that was a pretty good save.
It really was. And we'll see if they can continue that. It's not going to be easy. But if Case can make saves like those, even unfavorable situations can turn all the way around. But speaking of things that are the usual for Woe Chill, ZZ getting a KO and the barriers falling. Another KO off the Ensnare Drums. It's a 3v1. They send it around IDC. The placement's very nice here to make sure IDC can't barrier beam the offense. And suddenly with the barriers down, it's a big situation for Woe Chill. They can get it past the midfield line. And they do, but the pass splitter's doing a number on the health bars.
Yeah, KenClam not looking too healthy here. The Sorcerer Supreme looking for the KO. The X Maximus will find it, and now with possession, a back pass here to Serapi. Going to send it back up to the X, passing it around, trying to find a way around Cakes, but maybe a little bit too much finessing there, as Cakes just able to get in the way and send it back up to buy some time. Now KenClam back online. ZZZ in the 1v3, not able to do too much offensively here. A pass up to the top side, but no one there to be able to grab it. And now the X holding on in the midfield. Serapi pushing up the Crater Maker coming out. There's the Cyber Swipe into the Firewall Sentry in the top corner. IDC the holding on. Gets a little too close to the wall yet again, though. And now it's another power play for the side of Woe Chills. Cakes with the speed boost, sending it back forward. They just need an angle here. A Cyber Swipe up doesn't quite have the angle on the net, though. And Serapi holds it down in the top corner. IDC back online. Woe Chills not quite able to find the finishing blow there, despite having some opportunities. Core flip from Flop Drop brings it up to the top side. The Bull Rush will get blocked away, though, by Cakes. There's a glitch pop in the top corner, but KenClam not able to capitalize. And now ZZZ with the flip available might have to use it to find this point. Serapi, though, keeping him at a distance. The Tornado coming out, pushes it just a little wide. Just enough hits on Cake to stun him. And that'll be the point going over to E-Boy Entourage. And Woe Chills, I feel like they're getting a lot of opportunities and they just can't, like, find the final nail, you know what I mean?
I think Woe Chills are getting pretty greedy with it. ZZ could have flipped like 5 different times there, but we'll see how it goes because they still have a little bit of an energy advantage. They still have the control, but things can go downhill real quick if Sorcerer Supreme gets in the mix. If Serapi gets a good NATO like last time, then things can turn around, but that's what ZZ was saving the flip for a KO. That guy is clip farming a little bit in the most important qualifying game of this season.
They will get one barrier off of it, though. A nice offensive Ensnare Drums, but Serapi back online here to keep things evened up. And now KenClam's the one who's not looking too healthy after that whole exchange. We see Sorcerer Supreme kind of hovering, helicoptering over him a little bit, looking for the KO while waiting for the core here, and they'll get it eventually with the X Maximus. Now another power play for E-Boy Entourage. Cakes not able to find a clear, and Serapi just able to grab the barrier, pass back up, and the bell ringer just send it on home. Sorcerer Supreme closing out the set, and E-Boy Entourage, despite all of Woe Chills' flashy plays, able to just hold it down and get the points they need, and Serapi will be the MVP here.
Yeah, that's big, but the draft is a little bit strange here. Not anything crazy for the era. Probably going to take the prime time, perhaps, just for that utility, but that leaves a lot of good for the Luna, the prize fighter. And now the KO farming, now the clip farm is going to be a little bit more rewarded here for ZZZ, but as IDC gets more size, the defense becomes easier to size on Sorcerer Supreme as well, is going to make everything a lot more simple for the execution of E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, they got the size, they got the stagger. They got more utility, whereas, you know, we see Woe Chills kind of just going for damage as you might expect, but E-Boy Entourage were able to you know, make it out of there and hold on pretty well in that previous set. We'll see if they're able to do it again with what they were able to pick up here. I feel like they're playing Woe Chills is definitely playing a lot more, I guess you said like greedy, I think is a good word for it, but E-Boy Entourage playing a lot more consistently, and we'll see which one is going to come out on top, though. It is Woe Chills coming out swinging here with an early KO.
Yeah, the KO potential is quite lopsided. Unless ZZ and KenClam get an IDC's face and need a barrier beam and a path splitter, they're not taking that much damage. And on the other end, ZZ and KenClam are really focusing down. This Flop almost died from just a boost.
Oh, but they were able to pick up both barriers here. E-Boy Entourage has been a lot more consistent just with the core in general. Core flip's got to be used there from Cakes to send it back around to ZZZ. He'll pick up a barrier on a nice angle, keeping the red core speed up. But now Sorcerer Supreme pushing up the field with a Bellrigger, though this Mako secondary is going to shut that one down. ZZZ holding on to the flip here. KenClam in the midfield with facing the X Maximus and the Era. Struggling to get it past Astropia, pass down to Sorcerer Supreme. The Bellringer sends it backward, though. IDC able to defend that away and keep the barrier up. The turret in the face of Cakes, trying to go for the primary. Doesn't quite able to find the core as ZZZ picks up the 8th KO, but E-Boy Entourage will be able to sneak that point in there.
That is 3 prize fighter stacks now for ZZZ, so that is definitely something to watch out for, but it is still a goal for E-Boy Entourage. Can they score before ZZ finishes collecting the stack of KOs? Maybe they can.
Yeah, I think at this point, ZZZ is kind of just playing the mini game of how high of a KO streak you can get before the game ends. I mean, it's already at 8 and it's set 2, which is kind of crazy, but we'll see. KenClam's the one who's kind of hurt at the moment, and Sorcerer Supreme, full health, has a flip available, and just picked up a barrier. Gonna burn the flip here to keep the possession up. Serapi now bringing it down to the top side, sets up the Tornado, trying to send it in, but Cakes and KenClam able to hold it down. ZZ a bounce off the center. KenClam trying to recover here with the glitch pop, but still hasn't gotten their stagger back yet. And is looking just a little bit rough. Sorcerer Supreme, a nice play with the Bellringer into a strike to bring down that second barrier. The snare drum's forced to be used. It's an open goal for the side of Woe Chills. Sorcerer Supreme bringing it up to the top side. Dribble with the Bellringer, looking for the strike, and reset it with X Maximus. Textbook X play there, but executed perfectly. E-Boy Entourage bringing it back to set points.
ZZZ is just going for KOs while Cakes is having a nightmare in the goal box right now. It is downright goofy how this game is playing out. But maybe ZZ will find the key to blowing up all 3 members of the enemy team soon, because that has happened before. Woe Chills has been down incredibly, and then ZZ just started KOing all 3 members instead of just 1.
Yeah, we'll see. It's definitely a possibility here, but yeah, like you said, the core control is really not a factor here for Woe Chills. However, a nice 1-2 punch and snare drums from Cakes. Will send Sorcerer Supreme flying across the entire map here. Barrier still up, though. IDC going to burn the flip, but barrier will fall. Sorcerer Supreme coming back online. KenClam setting up the turret in the top side, and ZZZ looking to get into a scoring position, potentially, or just looking for a KO on Serapi. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but looking to potentially score. Over the goalie! Just knocks him into the goal box! No, don't flip for the core and then send the core past the goalie. Flip the goalie into the goal box and just let the core slide past him. Woe Chills. Put it on the board. I mean, hey, it works. It works.
Oh, Sorcerer Supreme, no meter available. Evade use, and that's ZZZ probably hunting here. Ready for a crater, but Flop is building up a lot of meter, and Cakes is in a lot of trouble. So ZZ's got to be careful as well. But this time, goes for a little bit of core control, takes the barrier on the top side. Might feel that the set might be drawing to a close, and that defending this last barrier might be a little bit important.
KenClam gonna have a flip up here as well. We'll give him a big offensive boost for Woe Chills. All 3 members of E-Boy Entourage looking to hold it down on the defense. They got a little bit of damage here onto ZZZ. They might try and find an opportunity to take him off the board if they can, but they're not gonna let the core out of their sight. They're prioritizing it a lot more than Woe Chills. This core flip pass here from KenClam right to ZZZ. They bring down the barrier at a critical moment. And now a KO from ZZZ just sends IDC on the wall yet again. And the core floats right in. KenClam with the point, and now Woe Chills. Maybe they're coming online, getting into their rhythm here. IDC getting caught on the wall a couple times now. ZZZ has not taken his eyes off of this guy.
Yeah, but they still have to win the set, right? Yeah. And I think that E-Boy Entourage if they get some good Strike War wins, if they keep possession a little bit, that could be them just going off to a 2-0 set lead. But Woe Chills is coming back a little bit. Cakes, though, pushing up very far forward. That's a barrier down. They're looking for 2. Can they get 2? They do. E-Boy Entourage in position to take this one despite the damage from Woe Chills. But it's not, you have to be careful. It's still looking very, very dangerous if they let ZZZ do one thing, and there's the barrier.
Nice rocket here from ZZZ, but energy slowly coming online for the side of Woe Chills. Cakes looking to get it past here. Sorcerer Supreme can't quite get a good angle on the bell ringer. Looking for the bottom side. Core flip's got to be used here from Cakes. Around the tornado up to Serapi. He's looking for the shot to the top, and it's perfect. Cakes a little bit too slow to get up there in time. No speed on the Mako, and E-Boy Entourage. They'll take the second set now. Up 2-0. Serapi the MVP yet again. Can they really keep getting away with it? They might be able to. One set away from clinching this game.
It is so stressful for E-Boy Entourage because Woe Chills, they could find the KOs, yes, but will they is a different question. Will they find the goals afterwards is a different question. But that's Deadeye available for the ZZZ Luna.
Oh my. Yeah, this is where, like, E-Boy Entourage is like, yeah, they're winning these sets kind of by the skin of their teeth, but they know, and we know, that kind of at any point, this can turn, and it can turn really ugly really fast. And if this goes on for any more sets, it kind of feels like Woe Chills is going to be able to just take over right now. This might be even, oh my god. That was disturbing, by the way. But, yeah, I mean, ZZZ has the build. Super Surge, that's 2 prize fighter stacks now, and the Deadeye on the Luna. E-Boy Entourage got to be so careful, and they just need to play the core and get their points kind of as quickly as possible if they want this to happen. Good. Able to get Ken Clam though on the wall, so that's cool.
Yeah, really good collapse. Gets them the power play, but Cakes is managing to defend us for a little bit here. Has the flip, needs to be very careful with it. Waits out the strikes of both Serapi and Sorcerer Supreme, and that's a barrier take for Woe Chills. But again, the strike wars so scary for Woe Chills when Sorcerer Supreme and Serapi are just bigger.
And now, an open goal. Gotta be real careful. It's hard. It's just the beam coming out. I mean, that put Cakes in a checkmate right there by itself. That's the thing about this Mako. Once the goal opens up, her defensive power falls off kind of significantly as opposed to when she has some barriers. And we've been seeing Sorcerer Supreme and Serapi make those passing plays and get it around this character pretty consistently here. So they're definitely on a timer. A big double barrier coming out, though, from E-Boy Entourage. That swinging the momentum huge in their favor for this point right now. But there's the Crater Maker coming in, though. IDC will be safe in the goal box. The NATO coming out on the defense. And so far, they're holding it down. Sorcerer Supreme almost going to have a flip available. Trying to push up into scoring position. Just needs a few more hits to get a core flip up. Has it now. Up in the midfield, Serapi trying to get it past Ken Clam here. The boost almost taking him off the map, though. Got to burn the flip now. It's now or never. The bull rush through 2 of them. And now it's match point for E-Boy Entourage.
They are 1 goal away from making it to liftoff here. But we saw how the last set went, right? It is not over till it's over. It could very well be a 0.5 situation. Woe Chills could pour on the damage when you least expect it, and ZZZ this time core controlling quite well for the moment. Cakes getting the saves, but that second barrier might go down very soon. ZZZ now with the flip available, and a lot of damage being focused onto Serapi, but the core saves Serapi, and E-Boy Entourage, they're in position.
Oh, and the NATO coming in, and that's the goalie gone, but ZZZ coming back just in time with the flip. What a save to keep it alive. They'll get the barrier on the play, too. But their goalie is still dead for 6 seconds, and a pass up to Serapi. There's nothing else they have left in the tank. E-Boy Entourage, they'll take the point. They'll take the match. They will get past the ZZZ and company and decisively take that match. Focus it on the core. Play it consistently. They made it work. Wow, I mean, that was a crazy game for a 3-0, but E-Boy Entourage, 11 KOs from ZZZ. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they did quite well this tournament. Like, they did benefit from having a bracket path of the most upsettable teams of all time. Like, Woe Chills, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is a very volatile team. One day, they'll beat Demon's Raw, and the other day, they'll lose to, like, Seed 40 in a random tournament. And they also face, like, who was it again? The Bad Queen's subjects. But what's less important is that they were upsettable, and what's more important is that they upset them consistently. E-Boy Entourage got those wins. It wasn't just one upset, it was multiple upsets to get here, over Tokyo Blade as well. And that kind of thing is no coincidence. One upset's a fluke, 3 upsets is real.
Yeah, it could be real. I mean, they played very well. They played They played textbook, but they played it consistently. Their execution was great. They didn't make too many mistakes. IDC was holding it down, stood on the wall a bit much there, specifically in that matchup where ZZZ is hunting for that. But overall, solid defense, solid offense. We see a lot of good chemistry between Sorcerer Supreme and Serapi. You know, I'm interested to see how far they go in the next tier up here, moving into liftoff. So awesome to see that they claim this final spot today.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Wochills, they're confirmed demoted a league, right? There's no way for them to get to NASA at this point. Their ceiling will be nasty if they participate in the last chance qualifier. On the other hand, E-Boy Entourage, sky's the limit. Anything is possible once you're in liftoff. But we'll have to see that when it happens. Starting in May, I believe. There's quite a long break till liftoff. Or maybe it's the end of... Whatever. Whenever that happens. So, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for playing. And see you next time. See you tomorrow for Spec Training, where you'll see some of the players that played today try to learn a fighting game and maybe do well in it. I don't know. We'll see. Goodbye.
Bye.